myself to the stage. Yeah, look at me. Yeah, look at me and my neighbors. My neighbors aren't much different than your neighbors. Really aren't. I like that ghostly effect. Boo. Anyways, so first of all, just D Doob. I guess I should pronounce it D Doob. He's got a YouTube channel. It's DEEDUD B. So it's D Doobu. Deboo. Okay. So it's all one word, capital DEE, capital DU, lowercase b, uppercase U. I guess I could show it to you. I just discovered him today. I listened to a couple of his videos, and I find quite insightful and funny. Actually, I just listened to his last one. To think, what's the last one he did? Which was 8 months ago. I don't know. He got tired of talking about shit. He literally talks about shit for an hour. I never seen a person ever talk about shit the way he talked about it. But you know what? It's worth watching. Might even do the same thing on another show with this video. Anyways, he's not kidding. This is a giant shit show, that's for sure. And what else? Oh yeah. People claim that my new cult that I belong to is this Forever Conscious Research. Mark got his 5,000 subs plus now. So I guess they're doing a show. I think they're doing a show still right now about that. And some chatting and stuff. So anyways, that's what I'm going to be talking about. Let's see. Hey, Patrick Noble. How's it going, man? Yeah, I'll finally get around to actually tonight doing what I try to do last Monday. It's one of the reasons why I'm doing a live so soon. It's because I feel kind of, kind of robbed you guys with a few things. So anyways, Mark got 15,000 subs. And so anyways, congratulations, dude, for what it's worth. Probably shouldn't not worth much of anything. New channel. I got a new channel, don't I? So my new YouTube channel. Oh, that's not going to work that way. We're going to have to do it this way. Thank you for your patience. I think. Anyways, go like this, switch. Just started, I think, yesterday or today. Hey, it says I'm live. So I'm live on now 3 YouTube channels. Of course, the Lord of Horde. And then 14 ORD, the 14 Day Shaman. And then the new one is Loose Farm. So check it out, the Loose Farm. So I think I'd be doing more about that kind of stuff. I was going to working night shifts. Okay, man. I know. I remember working in the graveyard. I did that through college. And then, of course, when I was on the railroad, there's an awful lot of long nights. So taking freight from Toledo to Chicago. So anyways, new channel is called the Loose Farm. Go ahead and just subscribe if you haven't. This channel will probably be more relating to this kind of stuff. I'm going to start these 3 channels, kind of go 3 different directions if it's humanly possible. Maybe it's all just delusional on my part. So some things I'm thinking about today. Egregore. That's EGREGORE. Egregore. And it says here, let's see, Abilene had defined the egregore as a force generated by a powerful spiritual current and then nourished at regular intervals according to the rhythm of and harmony with the universal life of cosmos, or to a union of entities united by a common characteristic nature. Wikipedia, it's an esoteric concept representing a non-physical entity or thought form that arises from the collective thought and emotions of a distinct group, egregore. And what is egregore density? Egregore density is a strange fungus-like life form associated with the darkness. Yeah, the darkness. It also, it has been encountered with various locations like the derelict, the Cabal carrier, something another, blah, 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 Leviathan, whatever. So anyways, the fact of the matter is egregore. So what is this? Tell me something, if you know something in our lifetime that could possibly be qualified as an egregore. In fact, past 2,000 years, not 2,000 years, 1,900 years, maybe 1,900 years. Egregore is an esoteric concept representing a non-physical entity or thought form that arises from the collective thought and emotions of a distinct group, like Christians or Muslims or Jews, for that matter. The Christians, that egregore would be Jesus, JC. And, you know, interesting, Jesus is like the amalgamation of all the Greek demigods. And what is a demigod? A demigod is something that's half God, you know, father from God. Their father is God or some kind of godlike being, and the mother is a human being. So a godlike male figure and a female human get together and they create a demigod. And in the story of Jesus, what exactly happens in the New Testament? Allegedly. Well, they created themselves a new Greek demigod, an egregore. And why is it an egregore? Because you think about the non-physical entity or thought form that arises from the collective thought and emotions of a distinct group. Now, it could be Allah, it could be Yahweh, depending on your flavor of the Abraham faith. But don't think that I'm just slowly picking on them, because I'll pick on anybody, give me a chance. So, anyways, let's see what this. Sorry, let's get this there. So, Patrick, once again, thank you. All's good and working night shift. Yep. So the egregore. When you think about Jesus, this concept of Jesus, or some kind of messianic figure, or more importantly, some kind of entity or being. It doesn't have to be just Jesus. It could be, like, once again, it could be, you can take it further back to Yahweh or Allah or all the other, the latest flavor. Right? I'm sure there's lots of cults out there. I mean, all you have to do is just pretend just say you got this new entity, you know, it's Captain Biggity Boo, you know what I mean? Captain Biggity Boo has all the answers, and all you do is just listen to him, you know what I mean? You know, he's all the answers. He's going to save the world for you, right? So an egregore, Jesus is a perfect example of an egregore in thought form. And if you think about how that concept is, as it was foisted on well, just go back to what I said earlier, right? The Pris-Slas, the prison slaves, right? They were forced to have this that believe in Jesus, or else. That's how it spread. Now you would say, oh man, I'm going to talk about all this stuff. We do need to talk about it, because the foundation of all of Western civilization, actually, when you look at the two wings or two arms of the ever expanding Roman Empire, where there's the new Constantinople, that being of Moscow, or then of course you got the Vatican, right, the largest monarchy in the world. You do need to talk about this stuff. And you need to take it out of the concept of religion and understand the world that you live in. You see, when it comes to the Bible, for first of all, the New Testament, it's all anti-Jewish propaganda. It was designed and created by none other than Greek-educated scholars. They were in line with the Roman Empire. And so in order to deal with all the Messianic movements that were encouraging all these revolts, is that after the sacking of Jerusalem in 7 AD, they created this thing called Jesus in the New Testament. And since that time, it's dominated our lives, the whole foundation of our society. Now, if you can understand that our whole foundation of society is based on a beekeeping lie, and you can come to terms with that, that will take you a lot far in this world as far as understanding what it is. Now, you could just say you assume you know that, or you recognize that for other reasons, maybe it's because you've seen the hypocrisy that's in Christendom. But remember, hypocrisy is everywhere. It's part of our nature, right? So whether you're whatever you are, whatever you call yourself, and how saintly you want to think you are, the fact of the matter, or, say you're just, you're different because you didn't drink the Kool-Aid, right? That your mommy and daddy did. That doesn't mean you're not drinking Kool-Aid of some other sort, right? And we're all doing that, right? It's a minefield of absolute horseshit, a speculation beyond belief, right? Everything's a speculation and a guess. Now, the old WO, right? The New World Order is nothing more than a reinstating of the old world order. We look what's going on. I'm not interested in news, although I did see something redacted or something like that on YouTube. And there was a report maybe today or yesterday about Biden allowed 340,000 illegal, flew them in to all different parts of the country, illegal aliens from Latin America. Now, if you were to study the plans of the Western Hemisphere, you would understand that what's really going on here. They're going to convince you that there's an invasion and there's going to be a civil war and all that kind of shit. You know what it is? It's politics. Yeah, they want to get that voting majority locked in. Who's they? Those are the obedient servants of the Vatican, the largest monarchy in the world. Who's Joe Biden? Joe Biden wanted to be a Jesuit priest, but they said he was not smart enough, and they told him instead to become a politician. Amazingly, later on in life, he would end up being the CEO of the corporation of the District of Columbia. You think that's coincidence? I don't think so. And the odds of him, this grand distraction is going on with politics. I heard that, surprise, that the only two candidates that we have are the two clowns we've had to face and deal with for how many decades now? Oh, thank God. The two saviors have showed up, right? So it's all political theater. So just sit in the bag, if you want to know who's going to be the next president, go to the Al Smith dinner. Go to check out who's at the Al Smith dinner, which it will be Biden, and it will be Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump, he claims that he just grew up right across the street from the place. He used to go there all the time as a kid. That should tell you something right there, right? Don't put too much of your faith in that. Neither one of those characters. Just think about this. You're not electing anybody. You didn't select them. I didn't select them. Nobody gave us a choice on who to select. Nobody has the energy or time to even figure out who to select. They make sure of that from work and everything else. And so you listen to some talking heads, and they tell you, "Oh my, this savior is going to do it for you." And that guy's it's classic scapegoating, right? It's absolutely necessary. In fact, it's perfect. That's what the Bible is all about, scapegoating, right? Right? Blame Satan. and then blame the Jews, right? And it's just what it is. And you say, well, what are you talking about? You don't, you know about the J. Crew and their involvement in banking and everything else, and they're in everything. And yeah, they are in everything. It's amazing how just a small group of people can be in everything, right? Yeah. Saying that, if it's not going to be them, it'd be someone else, right? There's always going to be something to fill that vacuum because it's necessary for the maintaining of this grand illusion. It's a cruel illusion, though. It's really mean illusion. It's really, this place is real mean-spirited. When you think about it, not only is it parasitic, everything from the very smallest thing is eating each other to the very top of the food chain. And then apparently it turns out, this seems to be the case, that we're food for something else that we can't freaking see. Which makes a lot of sense. And you know what? If you're going to vent your anger and send it on Donald Trump or, Joe Biden or whoever the latest boogeyman is that they're going to present to us, focus your hate on and anger on these things. Now, I'll tell you the reason why. These things are things that are all around us, right? You know, the things that, like, I've been sharing you. I don't think all of these things, like I'm showing you this stuff, you know what I mean? These are some of my neighbors, right? You know, you got this thing here, looks like a Bigfoot, and this thing here coming out of the tree with its infant, and that dude stretching out, and then you got the guy with the, and I don't think they're all meant to be, mean guys or demons and all that. I just think that they're a part of the scenery, man. They're not part of the multiple, the parallel dimensions that are all around us, right? But that's not all. But some of them are there for other nefarious reasons, right? Say they feed on our Looshy and all that kind of stuff. So, anyways, we're going to be talking about that tonight, and what I'm going to be doing. And I hope people will come around. And if they don't, I guess there's not much I can do about it in one way or the other. So, you know what I mean? So what I want to do is, first of all, what was the thought? What was the next thought I had? It's not easy being a single dad. I get my son, I would say I've had him all weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, his grandma, he still came over, but his Nana wanted to spend time with him. At least somebody on my son's mother's side wants to spend some time with him. It sure ain't his mom. Did I say that? No, it's terrible. I shouldn't say that. But she gets herself in these. She's always getting a new boyfriend, so she can't quite figure out that maybe she ought to start acting like a 56-year-old instead of a 20-year-old. But it's not. It is my business because I know my son's I'm affecting it. Anyways. So I got to probably give him tomorrow and the next day and the day after that. So I'm kind of tired. So I had to take some medicine. So if I seem a little loopier than normal, or probably don't, that's what's going on. So yeah, peons. We are the peons. Probably inherit the earth after they kill us all off. Yeah. I have my son. Yeah. So I have them a lot, man, Patrick. I don't have custody of them. She got the house. She got she's got a cottage now, and it's a long, Looshy story, to say the least. And but I decided, I made my bed, and it's my responsibility as a father to be there for my son. So I've managed to get a place close to where the house is, a couple blocks away, so he can be dropped off, after school from the bus, or he can just walk over here. A lot of times he skateboards or whatever. He's into skateboard, which I think is cool. I told him, I said, it's better. If I had a chance to trade anything off as a teenager, and I had a chance to learn how to skateboard or to play American football and wrestling, I would to skateboarding. Skateboarding's a lot cooler. And you can do it for a lot longer, hopefully. Been there, done that. I can imagine. I can imagine what you're saying. So, it's one of those things you just got to do, right? It's just, well, I just, for me, my thinking was, I could bring more chaos into my son's life, or I just say, you know what, fuck it. You know, I dipped my stinger in honey thousands of times. You know what I mean? It's not like I need to do it again in my life. I really don't need it. And then, the funny thing is, after you're single for a while, it takes 1 or 2 years until you get that thought process and the urges and everything out of your body. You think, oh my God, I got to be with somebody. And then you realize, you really don't have to be with anybody. Maybe I discovered that maybe it's a good idea to spend some time with me and try to figure out a few things, especially since I had a son. And I was like, man, I have no answers to anything. I don't know. I have no idea who runs this place, what this place is about. You know what I mean? So I had to go through the gauntlet of all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? There's the religious thing. Because, one of the things is because of the MS, I got hit, I got poisoned by the swine pig jibbity jab back in 2009, right? And so that pretty much was the beginning of the end anyways. And, as far as my grand illusion, I was doing my music, my art. I had a couple pretty girlfriends. I was living, being a good son to and uncle to my niece. I was there for her, my parents. You know what I mean? I sacrificed a lot of things to be their way. And in the end, I just got shitted on for all that too. Anyways, it's just the way it goes, right? No, that's right. I'm fine. So, yeah. It's. I think this whole thing about you have to be with somebody, a lot of it's just socially engineering. When you're younger, I understand the hormones and everything else, and there's only so much control you have over it. You can discipline yourself as much as you think you can, but at the end of the day, you meet some hottie. I mean, and she's into you. Game over, right? So. But I think, when you get older like me, and even though I have MS, I still can do things. And, I still could have wasted my energy, figuring out some way to, snare some chick and enslave her into my madness. But I decided, I'm not interested. And I had some opportunities since then. And I just like, I have some pretty hot chicks. They always send in some real hotties to make sure they see, are you really sure you wanted to do this alone? Are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, I've been there, done that. I'll let somebody else have a crack. You know what I mean? I'm done with all that stuff. You know what I mean? But she's not. So, and a lot of people aren't. And it's funny, they never get over that. They just feel like they're conditioned. They gotta have. My mom. Even after my father died, she's like in her 70s. No, she was in her 80s. She almost turned 90 when they took her out with the latest jibbity jab in 2021, against her will, by the way. But of course, that would be that way. So, and then of course the dark priests of Catholicism showed up, and of all people, who read her the last rites, and she wanted nothing to do with Catholicism. They still forced it on her, and obviously they knew what her state was because they gave her it the night, the night before the night that they actually gave her the jab, and within a month, burying her. She ended up having a blood clot in her brain and stroke, and so on the first day of spring, March 20th, it was, so 2021, she no longer had to endure this place. That's why, the people who were there, the Mormons were there because my mom, she still stayed in the church. I left the church 2 months left my mission 30-some years ago. All my siblings actually left the church and just adopted other cults, thinking that we thinking we were doing something great. Anyways, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, I just said I went up there. They wanted me to say some last words, and I just like, You know what? She's in a better place. And I looked at them and said, if I were you, I'd be more concerned about yourselves than about my mom. You know what I mean? You got to endure the rest of this time, and you got uh, a lot of things to be held accountable for because you did nothing about any of this whole past 4 years. So tonight's relationship stuff, just asking. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, it might be good for you, Rick. There's Bigfoot is not the only thing to talk about, bro. I'm 65 and don't really care anymore. Yeah, I think that's what happens to you. Although I'm 50, you know, it's funny. You're 65, I'm 56. Reversal of numbers, and I just like, I think I stopped caring in 2017 of all the things that I witnessed and experienced. After this comes with this whole Bigfoot thing, right? With my encounters with whatever what I was encountered with, it looks just like things. Well, I had 3 of them that I had encounters with that year, and sightings I had over a dozen. See, I don't. A lot of people will say they have an encounter because they saw one, 200-300 yards away. That's not an encounter. That's a sighting. A counter is when you have one that gets in your grill. All right, that's that's like there. I mean, it's within 20-30 yards or something like that. You know what I mean? And it's coming in on you. We get one 15 feet from you, or another one 10 feet from you, then another one 5 feet from you, and the other one was it was like 30 yards away. 90 feet. 90 feet's nothing really. So, but I still don't think the one that I saw that stayed back was an encounter that was 90 feet away or 30 yards away. It was the one that got 15 feet in front of my grill when I stand next to Crow Indian Medicine Man. So I had that, right? Then I see my first USO. I then find out about the meat, see the message in the Bible and how Jesus said over and over, he's come back in another generation. And then I started realizing, oh my gosh, and I started talking to Christians about that, and everybody I knew wouldn't talk to me about it. Right. And the first thing, oh, he's a preterist, you know what I mean? And it's the label and calling and all that crap. And so, oh shit, man, I'm totally screwed now. I'm totally screwed. Everything that I thought I believed in is just vanished from me one way or the other. One way or the other. And but a stubborn, I still wanted to hold on to that egregore, that spirit, that collective spirit, that energy, that force. I wanted to believe in that demigod, that Greek demigod called JC, and because I had nothing else. Time, right? And but then I finally realized I had nothing anyways. It was just an illusion. So it turned out that all the thing I've ever had the whole time was myself. And I know that's like, let me take back. You saw Trackways 2022? Cool. At least you saw it. Yeah, I saw it, but let me tell you something. I not only saw it, I had, life-altering experiences, man. It's not like my experience is not what most people talk about. Now, it's been, in a lot of ways, it's changed my life for the better down the road, but it took me a long time to figure out what I experienced, what I was going through, and the benefit of it, because there was no one to talk to about it. No one knew what they were talking about, or was generous enough their time to talk to me about. Unless one of the things I discovered with this internet stuff, if you start your own channel, back then it was a lot easier. 7 years ago, things have changed drastically in 7 years. Oh my God. Censorship was not even close to what it is now. And the other thing, it was a lot easier for people to find you. And now it's like, it drives me nuts every time I watch something. I have nothing to do with anything. The next video guarantee is going to be something from National Geographic or from the History Channel. And it's going to be anything or NASA. Don't forget about NASA, or, Elon Musk, X or whatever the hell it is. So something I don't even want to even hear. I don't even want to even. I'm always putting the thumb down and rejecting it, and it doesn't matter. because the way they got this set up, I guarantee you watch a show like this, the next one is going to be something about, I don't know, some twisted story from the History Channel about Jesus. Literally, it's going to be something stupid like that, or it's going to be about Masada, or it's going to be anything of use. It's got to be something that's absolute worthless and just tantalize the mind and keep you at that mainstream narrative mindset that the brain. Guess is, they have to control your mind. That's what's called entertainment. They have to. That's the prize, right? So. If it's pride, the mind, the essence, the body, the spirit, whatever the hell we're dealing with, the mind is the body. So, anyways, people want to argue about it and act like they know what they're talking about. But you know what? I don't know. I don't think any of us really know what we're talking about. But that's part of the problem. That's one of the issues. The biggest issue I have of all. The more and more I study this stuff, the more I realize whether it's about this Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the paranormal. Religion, physics, history, religion. Did I say religion? Yes, I did. And religion, and some more religion. And then, of course, I'm into this thing called the soul trap matrix thing. So, then go away, Rafter. No one needs you. I don't need you. Go away. Go talk to someone else. If you don't like it, go away. They plant them seeds. They sure do. Yeah, I plan to go all over the place tonight, like I usually do. And this is stuff that's way over your head, Raptor. This is you're still in nursery school. You have to stay. You got to at least graduate to first grade before you can understand what we're talking about here. So, anyways, Pris-Slas. I think that's brilliant. Pris-Slas. Of course, it's one of those things that no one's ever going to take. But, Earth-Bound Pris-Slas, prison slaves, and the OWO, the Old World Order. So anyway, those things about like, oh my gosh, the United States of America is going to end. Well, it's going to end someday, regardless. That's just how it's set up. But the other thing is that I don't think so. It's just going to change. I think what their real strategy is keep playing with your mind and thinking that some revolutionary war is going to happen. Of course, it's never going to happen because we can't even get like two people to agree on anything in the United States of America, let alone a whole group of people. And every single freaking movement, from whether it's Sasquatch to UFOs to paranormal to I'm sure if it hasn't yet, it will be soon when it comes to this soul trap matrix, because I saw the same thing when it came to flat earth and everything else. It just the infiltration is just like that. Except I actually have come to realization they probably start these things from the beginning, one way or the other. They might not be like the original guy or group of people, but they soon are in there within like a heartbeat, within days, weeks, months. A lot of times they're the ones planting the seed. So it's like when you look at the Jesuits and the geocentric model of the Earth, and then you look at who the Jesuits were, what big Jesuit physicists are out there, then you start seeing the connection of these guys coming out of Georgetown University, and they're connecting with some of the original people. Because I knew all the people in the Flat Earth movement too. In 2015, I knew Mark Sargent and Jaron from Jaronism and the Globebuster guys and Dave Weiss and all the other guys, and even the Christian dudes. And I drank the Kool-Aid for a little bit because when you realize that the moon stuff. See, I had a buddy of mine who's no longer with us, Dave McGowan. I think he's a friend of mine. That was like the last person I believe ever interviewed him before he passed away after they poisoned him for exposing the Boston Bee thing that, you know what I mean, that they did that staged event. You know, and had this really fast cancer and it was gone before you knew it. Just, I mean, this guy chain smoked his whole life, so it's like one of those things that I don't think it would have happened because of the chain smoking. But he's brilliant, and he's like Moondoggy or something like that. That was his one book that's really helped me to start realizing that what we saw on the television or what we see from NASA or NASSholes, as George Carlin calls it, it's probably all just in the Hollywood basement or somewhere in some desert somewhere or whatever. You know what I mean? It's all just theater. You know what I mean? That's what they're good at. They're really good at giving you theater, right? So then the next step is to start questioning the heliocentric model, the geocentric model, the flat Earth model. You study it. Flat Earth model starts making sense. And then you start asking questions like, can I prove any of these models? And then you realize you can't. And you start asking some more deeper penetrating questions with my fellow flat earthers, and they all threw me on the bus, just like the Christians did and everybody else does. Whenever you ask too many deep questions. So, I mean, it's up to you, whatever you want to believe in, because I'm totally convinced. What's up there, man? I mentioned your surface legal agreements. By the way, I brought you, I subscribed to your channel, and I brought you up in the beginning of the show. So I don't like your channel, but you do jump around a lot. I do like your channel. I was just asking why you're trying to be a red dog. You're on, I was on Nikki's, no, Nikki was on my show. You got it all wrong. I interviewed her. I asked her to come on my show. You got to get your facts straight, bro. If you're going to be a good troll, get your facts straight. Ooh. Anyways, not very good at getting back on the moon. I know. I mean, it's like so stupid at this point, if you believe it. I mean, honest to God, I mean, it's they're still struggling at it, right? They just can't seem to they can't even seem to get off the launching pad. I mean, it's just amazing. You know what I mean? It's just like throw some technical problem or the weather's a problem, you know? So then you're just like, okay, so you're looking at these two things. There's the moon and the sun, and magically they're the same size in the sky, but one's, 120-something thousand miles away, and the other one's supposed to be 93 million miles away, and somehow the math works just right so that they look basically the same size. And then we have the eclipse and all that, and it's just, once again, it's number magic. I've been paying attention to a lot of the physics lately and just listening to their stuff, and they got the whole language to themselves. And I mean, so there's the math, and then the concepts, the mind, the mental constructs, right? And what's happening universally to all of us is they're demanding us to believe in something. That's what they're wanting us to do. They don't care as long as you just believe in something. I'm just about amused to death these days. Yeah. By the way, that I watched that hour presentation about shit, the Dabu, and that's just brilliant. I mean, I was laughing my ass off, and I said, you know what? And that's no pun intended, by the way. And but yeah, so it's a big giant shit show. And everybody's shit smells, and so. Let's see what the troll has to say. When you were on her, no, I was not on her show. She was on my show. You goofball. Go back and check. No, what she did is she mirrored what happened. Oh, I see where you're getting at. I invited her. And so when you saw it on her channel, because what we did, she was streaming live on her channel while I was streaming live on my channel. That's what was going on. or after crazy. But I'm the one that invited her. She actually was on my channel. She was my guest. I don't know how you missed that. Silly boy or girl, whatever you are. Oh, the shit bit. Yeah, it's brilliant. Carlin did it best. Well, Carlin, I saw him. Oh, God, this was back in the 1990s. Was it 1990s? No, it was 2000s. Right before he passed away. He wasn't quite on his game as he was, but it's still funny. Private companies are shooting their satellites to the moon for pastime, yeah, or for passing time. Maybe that's what it is, just for having shits and giggles. Let's go. Make the moon ring or something. You know what I mean? We shoot a missile at it. And so every narrative, once you start like developing like it's a critical thinking, which I'm not saying I'm the best at it. I'm not. I mean, I'm just deconstructing from Christianity, right? Not Christianity, but Jesus. I didn't ever believe. I just how sick my thinking was, but at the time it was Jesus or nothing, right? Because everything else I saw, there was no answer, so it had to be Jesus, right? And I'm embarrassed to say this, but I kept on working at it. And one of the things is I learned through the past. Well, my life, but in particular, the past 12 years, is that ask questions. Keep on asking questions. And because I discovered that you keep on asking questions, you start seeing all these narratives fall apart. Whether it could be the heliocentric model, it could be the geocentric model, you could even be the flat Earth model, by the way. It starts falling apart, right? And then you start seeing the cult members really respond to it all. And next thing you know, they're attacking the living hell out of you, right? You're not one of us. Next thing they don't want anything to do with you because you're asking questions. And the Christians are the same way. AA was the same way. And now it's AA grew 20 years ago. I was a drunk for about 3 years, and I bought in the Kool-Aid and was an alcoholic and all that. There's still meetings that exist today that I started. I haven't been to a meeting in 2012 was probably the last one I went to. And I brought another book with me. Oh, yes, I think I brought the Bible. Shit. You know what? Here's the thing about you want to get sober. One of the things is you got to have to focus your magnifying mind on something else besides the drugs, the booze, the chicks. And, it helped me because my mind was so weak at that point. And it wasn't even the drinking because this happened because I got sober 2003. So it was being poisoned by the swine flu jibby jab that really clouded my mind. So I think I eventually would have left the whole thing. Anyways, that's just who I am. I start asking questions, and the next thing you know, have you taken any Phoenix Tears or Rick Simpson's oil? I've tried so many things. I was going to be the poster child for beating MS through nutrition, right? And I remember even having an interview years ago. We're talking 12 years ago. Jan Irving from Gnostic Media interviewed me about it. And I remember even it would be like there was rallies there were still rallies back then, and there's a rally about the lines in the sky, you know what I mean? All the geoengineering going on. And also it was a combination of things. Actually, it was about GMOs is what it was. All right. And so we had a rallying about that. And because here I am treating myself with nutrition. By the way, I lost a lot of weight. I looked really good. I made a terrible mistake, though. I started doing the vegan diet, right? And so I ended up losing 2 teeth over it. It's not a good idea. I don't agree of not eating meat. I think we're kind of, that's part of that's my ancestors. So, But I lost a lot of weight. It looked really good, even though I still had to use a cane, and you know, it didn't really matter. I mean, although I'm going to hopefully this week or next week, finally, after frickin' how many years? Got diagnosed in 2009. It's taken this long finally for insurance to get me a wheelchair. Believe it or not, the only reason I even have one is because my mom passed away. So, but what I want is an athletic wheelchair, not one of those things that they push you around in frickin' a nursing home. I want an athletic wheelchair because what I want to do is I still want to be active outdoors and have exercise, and I want to, upper body strength, and I want to maybe play basketball still with my brother, my son. Yeah, he might as well be my brother. Yeah, oh yeah. If I had the cash, Mr. Dubu, Mr. Dubu. How about that's insulting you? I don't mean to insult you. I go down to Mexico, and I would have one of those what do they call those things? Stem cell transfusion things, whatever they have. You know what I mean? I heard that does really good. It's really good for you, but it costs money. But I've tried everything. So, you know what? I just, for me at the stage that I'm at, relapsing remitting, I got off of all the MS meds except for I still use a little bit of Lyrica for the neuropathy, and once in a great while, maybe Norco if things are that bad. But I started up again the medical marijuana. So if I seem a little loopy tonight, it's because of that. So I started, so I don't do it that much, really. I only do that if I feel like I really need it. I really feel really sluggish, right? When I say no, I mean, it's like I did it twice this week. I did it once 2 weeks ago, and then I went 3 months without doing it at all. So it's like it's one of those things. And it's funny, finally in the state of Ohio, now it's like they've changed the laws, and now it's like anybody can get it. You need to have a medical card, it's one of those state medical marijuana cards, and they nail you, nickel and dime you. I think this my neurologist, cool dude, he just paid for it, right? But still $150 plus a doctor's visit, so it's like freaking $250. Then you got to pay all that other stuff, and then you know what? Today, they finally passed a law that says anybody can get it. And now this is how the goal they have, right? So from the state of Ohio, you still have to give that medical marijuana card for those if you need for medical reasons, but they're charging you a penny for it now. And they made this rationalization, so they still justify that penny because of cost. And I'm just like, you got it, you guys should just. You're coming back, bros. That's all I got to say. You're coming back. You're coming back with a vengeance. I had a handicapped son. It's a bitch to get any right. Oh no! And I took care of my niece because she was. In my family, I got this Ojibwe blood, right? Half breed. People don't know about this, but the agenda is to get rid of a bunch of us, right? I mean, that's the reason why Bill and Melinda said the first people we need to get is the First Nations people, Indigenous people, and the Afro-American ones, right? Yeah, we can get rid of those people first. Yes, I heard that the $5,000. Yeah. So, yeah. And by the way, the wheelchair I'm getting is freaking $5,000. Freaking damn ridiculous. And I still have to help pay for it, right? Even though legal in Canada, never been cheaper, right? So it's getting there. It's still, if anybody can get it now. So that's the things, like the doctors and all that. They're just like, yeah, here's your script. Got no money for it, The gig's up, you know what I mean? But I mean, it's so corrupt, the medical system. So like when I got diagnosed after getting the jibby jab, and then within a couple of months, my right eye went started going blurry. Then my midsection went numb, and then by the middle of summer, actually it was August, my legs just stopped working, and my son's mother, at the time when we were obviously together, and she wheelchaired me she drove me and wheelchaired me into the hospital. And it's even after, it's like such bullshit, the shit that you go through, you know what I mean? And then it finally, because they wouldn't do it until I was finally wheelchaired in the hospital, because I didn't, at the time, insurance was going to pay for it, the spinal tap and the MRI, but they finally gave it to me then. And they told me, oh, you got MS, and they summarily just kicked me out of the hospital. Thank God they kicked me out of the hospital too, by the way. I think that's like I have not been in the hospital. I refuse to go there. So I have a question. How did you and Nikki meet, if you don't mind? Man, you're obsessed about that. We met via Linda Eastburn. If you go to her channel, you'll see that she was interviewed first, and then, or at least her interview was posted, and then the next person or two later, it was either me or next person, I was posted. But I saw Nikki on the Linda Eastburn, so I said, I like her sensibility and things. I want to talk to her. And she said, yeah. I meant stem cell research. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. We got, Raptor, we've really got our priorities, man, going here, don't we? I hope you're laughing on the other end, Raptor, because if you're not, I feel really sorry for you for obsessing about this. So I really do. So I hope you're just having fun with me. So we're getting all this stuff. So I think you're just trying to derail me here. So anyways, it's one of the many things that I've gone through. So that was the beginning of the dark night of my soul. I mean, I know what it's like to lose everything and be, have nothing, have no money, lose your bank account, your car. I've been homeless forever, right? Just been living in somebody else's place. I mean, I have my own place today, but I mean, it was like, yeah, I mean, and this being used too in the process, it's so weird. The whole fucking thing's weird. It's all Looshy. That's what it is. Yeah, Linda is nice. And Linda, I interviewed her as well. So she interviewed me. And then I said, man, this is a really interesting strategy, what you do. You're not showing yourself, and you're doing this on Zoom, but you're not showing your face, but you have my face show. And I said, I don't know if she said she didn't mean to do it, but I'm just like, that's like a perfect, like interrogation kind of tactics, or really getting someone to open up, especially like, males do the posturing and stuff, and there'd be a woman there and it exaggerate things, but because it was them on the center stage and she didn't say anything, you just let them roll it. You just let them, shoot themselves in the foot, figuratively speaking, right? You know what I mean? And learn something in the process. So, yes, I love my husband, both of you, but do your channels better. Black, what? You got to spell right. But do your channel better. Block me all you want. Keep the subject that you post for the show. I am. You have no idea. You don't even know what it means. I bet you can't even tell me what the subject is. I am in Carolina. Nice. Be safe. Yeah. Be safe. Oh God, that was funny. Anyways, so I just love. Sometimes it's fun to have a troll. You know what I mean? It just is, especially when you can't take it even seriously, right? So, but what I want to talk about is something there, don't I? I got to keep myself there. So we're gonna like watch this video. So, oh, by the way, I started a new not only a new YouTube channel, the Loose Farm, but I also started a new Facebook group, the Loose Farm. Just for Loose Farm is what it is. Just go Loose Farm. And he did comment back. So this, I have nothing against this person. I hope he still keeps around. I like his comments, although I don't agree with him on things. It doesn't matter. But there's a Ross Hutton, and he's like sending me stuff, and he sent me this video from none other than where is he? Sorry about the delay here. Why can't I think the guy's name? It's a really bad name too. Oh, Soul Luckman. I'm like, Soul Luckman. What? If that can't be a real, if that's a real name, it's just so. You know what it is. And anyways, so he's like, sends me this video. He says like he took it down or something. I didn't take it down. He must have taken it down. I said, "Oh, that's awesome. Thank you." I didn't agree. I said, I think Soul's a jerk. I think he's a leech, right? I think he's just profiteering off this soul trap stuff. And I'm not sure if other people probably think that about me too, right? Although I'm not profiteering in it at all. I'm not getting anything out of it. Although I do, it's got 30 members in it. So if you go join that, the Leash Farm, there'll be stuff there. And we should be talking a lot about, going after the sacred cows of this place. But so he's like taking this like Loose Farm stuff, and he's like, I think it's a really good example of how the use of mind control and how somebody, whether they're part of the power structure or not, can take, if they're smart enough, right, they'll grab onto some cottage industry, maybe it's Bigfootery, right, or it's religion, or it's the paranormal, and of course now it's going to be Loose Farm, right? I don't expect to get any money. I don't even expect to get a friend out of it. Every person I do meet, that I do reach out to, that knows about, Robert Moreau and the Looshy and the Soul Trap thing that's going on here, they all seem to be real jerks. I can't believe they're all that way, but everyone I've met so far has just been, they've made me look like the nicest guy that ever existed. That says something. So, yeah, but this guy, I want you to pay attention to this video. I'm not promoting the guy in a positive way, and I don't hate the guy, but I will say this. If you watch this video, you put your critical thinking cap on, and let's look at this and watch this, because what it is you can see that the imagery, the neural linguistics going on, the self-promotion. At the end of it, he's like, I can't, if you don't subscribe to my channel, you're part of the, what was it? The Soul Trap Matrix. You're part, right? You're part of the cult. That's what it is. If you don't belong to my, and I'm like, you're part of the, I'm like, really? And like this whole thing about like, they're going to tell you like stuff like you need to fix yourself spiritually, right? And if you haven't figured this out yet, nobody knows how to fix you spiritually but yourself. Nobody does, because nobody even can agree on what that means to fix yourself spiritually, or what spiritual is. It's a brutal environment. We need the info, and it's taboo. Yes, I can't think. Is it RN? But the thing is, so with this, so I'm going to play in blocks of like 2 minutes. 2.5 minutes, and then I'll make comments about it. But I want you to pay attention to the imagery, to the neuro linguistics programming that's going on. How he's really promoting his books and his YouTube channel, that he's the answer, right? He's got the answers. And I want to tell you something, no one's got the answers. That's the reason, if someone did, that person would, be rolling in the books if they allowed them to even exist, right? So no one has the answers. We're just all shooting at from the hip, and that's the problem. If people should recognize the problem is that none of us has a definitive answer, except we do know one thing, And just like Debu brought out, we live in a giant shit show, and everything's bullshit. And we could come to terms with this. Now, it seems really negative when you say that, but if you can come to terms, it's the whole idea, right? You have to know the problem of this first before you can fix it, right? There's some nuts out there. Yeah, there's a lot of nuts. I'm sure, probably think I'm a nut. I'm going to tell you, so just if you ain't crazy living in this place, there's something wrong with you. If you don't sound crazy, there's something seriously wrong with you to discover, right? I'm not saying that it's not the same thing you're talking about, Patrick, but it's just like, if you're not a little, have you lost it a few times in your life? Yeah, you know, I mean, I spent, after I got diagnosed with the MS and lost everything, I mean, everything, and found out who my real friends were and who my family was. That was the beginning stages. The religious thing was the icing on the cake, right? Because my sister's like a hardcore Roman Catholic and sorts of, I mean, they were hardcore. It's just pathetic. And then my big brother, he's like a evangelical Christian, and my little brother, he's just out there. He's damaged, because for other reasons, you know what I mean? Yeah, because we suffer from, my mom was Rh negative, my dad was Rh positive, right? So then we have this thing that nobody hardly hears about, and it's called Rh negative disease. We don't want to hear much about that shit. There's a lot of ops. Oh my God. And you see, that's what I've been watching, hanging out with the Bigfoot community the past 3 months and interviewing people. And like, I mean, I already knew it from 2017 that the military and the government is involved. And then they got those crazies, and they got people that own agendas and people trying to make names for themselves. But this last round, you gotta be, it's like freaking, you might as well be hanging out with Timothy O'Leary and taking acid hits, and hanging out with the hippie movement of the 60s and 70s. I don't know, or hanging out with Henry Rollin and Ian McMay and the hardcore scene, or whoever it may. Oh, just don't forget about the grunge scene and how they infested it. You know, Dave Grohl, and you think he just showed up magically, and then the messiah of the grunge movement, you know, systematically takes Leslie himself out. I mean, you start. So, anyways, the faithful communities, it's awful, right? You know, religious communities are all been bought and sold. I mean, they're all just, you know, pro military, pro this, pro that. It's just crazy. I'm sure right now, the past weekend, they're all like, this is what you need to vote for. It's time to go out and vote. You know what I mean? Just like they stood up for everybody for the past 4 years, the past, you know, 2020, 2021, and 22. Man, they were so valiant, weren't they? Weren't the pastors and the priests and the Pope just so valiant? Until you realize that the Vatican's had it deep in all this eugenic stuff. You know what I mean? Just what it's all about. I mean, who discovered about that magical potion? Well, Ignatius Loyola. I mean, he went to India allegedly, and he discovered what they do in India to control the pops, to control that. Which, you know, what I gotta work on that. It's so unmemorable, I can't remember it. The Pris-Slas, the prison slaves. Can't say it. Can't have it written out there. You know what I'm saying? Or anyway, so Pris-Slas. Yeah, so, you know, and they came back and they just mastered it, man. But they think that we're nothing but, maybe they're right. They call us the profane, and maybe it's the truth. Maybe we really are the profane. But, you know, it's not, because I know I didn't intentionally volunteer to be the profane. I just, you know, I'm a product of my environment and the epigenetics and being of the wrong bloodlines. You know, my dad, this is the thing. My dad just looked like Jim Thorpe, 6'2", Second All-State tailback in Ohio, played for Army, 1950. He was a jock. My mom could freaking paint a Rembrandt. I didn't have bad genes. So my theory is that when they started doing their experimental drugs on my parents to help them, we can promise you to not have, miscarriages and all this. You just take this experimental, and they experimented all right, and they damaged me. They damaged my little brother big time. And even though I still won even football championships, and I never got biz. I only got 5'9", right? And I know. I always said the emphasis 5'9.5", as if that even matters at half. So, anyways, I'm really not average. No, I'm not average. Yeah, I'm fucking average. That's what I am. And so, it's just like it's just been nothing but a nightmare. And so for me, I've been constantly slapped in the face when it comes to the M establishment, the MED establishment, with all the rest of that word. And that, I'll say, because if you say anything, the next thing I can't even say that word. I've been flagged. So the censorship, but if there's anything to be learned from this, is exactly what our ancestors went through in the West, especially when it came to Christianity and Catholicism. You weren't allowed to question a damn frickin' thing, right? And if you did, the brown shirts of their day they're right there to let the priests know, and then the thugs, and next thing you know, people knocking on your door and say, you better shut up, or this is true. And you say, yeah, it's true. And then the best thing that's going to happen to you is you're going to lose your job and probably your house, right? Or maybe it's reversed. Maybe the best thing is when they put you on a stake, and burn you alive. You know what I mean? For challenging the Rome's official state religion and their egregore and their demigod, Jesus. So you could see that, and if you study history, this is why it's so important to study history and study religion. Even if you're not freaking interested, you better, because the foundation of your whole life is revolving around it. And if you think they're not, listen, they've done a great job to convince you that there's no influence. And Christianity is dying, and it's going to rot in the mud. And I hope it does. I hope we destroy it. I'm going to go at it full force for, being deceived. And maybe it's also a cathartic thing, and maybe it's just to make myself feel good for the fact that I was stupid enough to be, and gullible enough to believe in Jesus. I'm so weak, and I'll be the first one to admit I was weak, man. I was totally fucking weak. There's nowhere else to go, you know what I mean? So green, yeah, probably. That's probably what they're feeding their cows. Yeah, they say there's diarrhea you get in your genes. Yeah, I think if D Do Boo is still here, which he probably isn't, he would appreciate that one. Wouldn't want to live in Salem. Yeah, well, you know what? That's a really whacked out story. When you find out even that's all twisted and screwed, because you know what happened was, although it's like, okay, so they're going after witches, right? But those witches were really, they were going after troublemaking Christians, right? Because the people weren't going along with this stuff, right? And so what they were doing is, if you admitted that you're a witch, you have a good chance you're going to live. If you didn't admit you're a witch, or you said that you were just diehard Christian, but I didn't. Not to say they're not witches, because the irony is, if you actually study Christianity as black magic, and what we're doing is casting spells, and and then the egregore or spirit continues, right? Is that then you're probably going to end up drowning. So that's how twisted it is. So, but this is how this whole shit show is, anyways, right? When you start studying, say, World War II or Vietnam War, or the latest ones, right? And you really start digging into it and who's really involved and what the real motives were. It's not the motives you're ever going to hear on television, I guarantee you. If you think if it's about oil or money or that or land, and how to say this, it is about, those are the things that are given to the plutocracy, the obedient class, to perpetuate, just like Godfather 3, right? And that one scene when he's, when Michael wants to run this company and wants to donate it to the Vatican and to Jesus, right? And to Mary, right? And the one scoundrel, nasty Italian dude that looks half, part of the J. Crew, and he's like, he snarls at him and says, yeah, you can run that ship as long as you understand that all our ships, they said, yeah, you can run the company as long as you understand all our ships flow in the same direction. Everything's about, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm destroying it. But if you go back and look at it, that's what he's saying. What he's saying is, yeah, man, you can be a big mogul and be the head of this industry, but understand who's really in charge and what this is really about. So, and they're giving it away to you. So now when you think about Bill Gates, who had arranged marriage with, Miss Mel, and guess who arranged it? It was a bunch of nuns in New Orleans. And what's a guy from the other side of the country hanging out with some chick in New Orleans and getting married to her because it was arranged marriage, and the whole company thinks it's an arranged thing. And then you find out about, I hate to say this about you, everyone's beloved, rebel. What's his face again? I want to start at X. What's that? Elon Musk, right? I mean, the names are ridiculous. They even come out of like freaking fictional books and everything. And you think he's there because he's this genius and he's just a great entrepreneur? No, he's a perfect tool for them to perpetuate them. This whole thing is about total dominance, full spectrum dominance. It's always been about that. So when you see this thing that's going on with the millions of illegal immigrants, and you say, well, why can't we get anything right? They're doing exactly what they want to do, and they are very good at it, and right under your noses, everyone's noses, and everyone's arguing about it. When you look at what happened the past 4 years, and look at how much people, what institution in the United States of America profiteered the most and made the most money for all the illegal immigration? And it starts with an R and a C. So there's RCG, right? There's there's JC, right? But then there's RC Christian, Roman Catholic Christians, right? I'll tell you somebody else that made this, the Georgia Guidestones, and there was some occultist dude, right? That ritual that they did right before our eyes in the middle of the scam is as they then say this other guy, some felon, some rebel, some guy in his own acting on his own accord and blew it all up. Yeah, sure. That was another those magical rituals, just like the Twin Towers. You can't even see what I'm doing. I'm doing all these gestures and all that. And I'm not the Derek Jester, so right. So it's important. So we're going to watch this thing, but it's important because what I'm seeing is going on too when it comes to this reincarnation soul trap metrics. Because it sounds very plausible, but once again, we're coming to this world fucking clueless and blank slate, and we're going to leave this place apparently just as clueless as we came in, except our heads are full of fucking belief systems. And so, so once again, it's always going to be the hero. Someone's going to, because they got to write you that book and say, this is the answer. We got the answers for it, man. If you just follow, we're going to tell you how to meditate. We're going to tell you astral project. We're going to tell you how to do every damn thing. How to have out-of-body experience and prepare yourself, just like everyone else before them. But this time around, of course, this new generation, us, we got it better and figured out more than the previous generation, until you realize that's not true either. And, our heads are just full of more information. But I want you to watch this thing so that you prepare yourself for what's going to be coming. I believe in the next couple of years is going to be like the next flat earth thing that's going to be foisted on us. Now, I'm not saying that it's not so. I'm not saying that we don't live in a soul trap matrix, because it sure seems that way. And it seems like plausible that it's highly more than probable that it's a reincarnation soul trap matrix. But I don't know that. And if I'm honest about you, and after dealing with everything else I dealt with, once that I've learned to go through all this stuff, the only thing I come to know is that when I believe in something, that means I don't know that thing. You know what I mean? So say I believe in that, I'm telling you, I don't know what the answer is. But I can tell you this much. When you watch this, anybody that does watch this, you just think about the imagery, the wording, the way it's being phrased, and then we'll go through there. And just was a red flag, man, because I think it's like slimy. I think it's more of the slimy stuff that's out there. So that's part one.
Open your eyes and smell the Looshy, awakening to the dialectic of control to move toward freedom. What if parasitic controllers are commandeering the human mind through conventional, social, and even alternative media to bring about our current looming dystopian realities? Let's engage in a few minutes of practical skepticism, especially where the so-called truther community is concerned. If you're heavily into truthing, prepare to be triggered to learn that even truth tellers are telling lies. They don't necessarily realize they're fibbing or part of a major problem. Truthing takes away people's energy from things they could and arguably should be doing, growing up spiritually and fortifying personal power. All the while, truthers and their followers are being fed upon by a psychic predator I call the Great Parasite. It's not all bad though, not all doom and gloom, especially when we learn to honor the predatory aspect of this so-called reality as a teacher. The Gnostic question of how people are parasitized mentally is of utmost importance for anyone truly desiring to break free. In this ancient worldview, the forces that prey on human awareness and mind control their prey are called archons. The energetic food people usually unknowingly provide them is sometimes referred to as Looshy. We could also call it power, chi, prana, orgone, kundalini, mojo, mind, or even consciousness. So what actually happens is our consciousness is drained by etheric entities. We become less self-aware, less empowered, less ourselves. Minds are being wiped and personalities rewritten as the population's vital life force is siphoned off for other uses than our own. Everyone is being looshed to one degree or another by layers of tricky mind manipulation. We're talking about supremely clever parasites that have infiltrated not just our media and general discourse, but that communicate to people inside their own heads. Thus, people's allowed thoughts and behaviors are tightly controlled, remotely. This happens individually, but then individuals come together in groups. I define these groups who come together to be looshed collectively as cults. A cult can be as simple as a dysfunctional relationship, a cult of two. A cult can be a family, a small business venture, a team, a country, a continent, until finally you reach the world cult, the encompassing entity of all subcults lorded over by a spiritual adversary, the Great Parasite.
I did it again. Thanks for pointing it out, Patrick. I forgot to add myself on the stage. Oh, shit. Anyway, so I had this great rant, and you just said 15 minutes, the most powerful, most amazing shit in the whole wide world. Okay, the first thing is this. Let's go back to the video. For the neuralistic programs going on. Why do you need to have endless imagery going on and typing words and all this kind of stuff like you're watching something on CNN? Because you're doing that because you want to manipulate people's minds. So you might think at first glance, what's wrong with that? They're trying to teach people about, the soul trap matrix and about Looshy, right? But he doesn't really teach you that. He just throws out a lot of the key phrases, right? Hegelian dialectic, Looshy, blah, 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 But see, Looshy, the only reason we have any concept of Looshy is from Bob Monroe, from his book, Far Journey. In chapter 12, chapter 13. And I read it and I posted it earlier this week. Again, this time I just posted it instead of having somebody else read it. I read it. And I'm trying to make sure that you people know what chapter it is, chapter 12 and chapter 13 of that book. So you can go to it and find it, right? But it's whether you call it Looshy or some kind of energy or frequency or whatever it may be, regardless, these parasitic entities are feeding upon us. You can call it whatever the hell you want to call it. It's just the latest catchphrase to get people to think about stuff. But at the end of the day, we're probably calling it wrong. Who knows? The problem is, these people that go and have these out-of-body experiences, you can't count on if it was real or not. There's no way to confirm it. And then when they do interact with these things, how do they know they're not being deceived by these things? I mean, let's look at Joseph Smith. He saw these angels, right? The golden plates, and he's told them the truth, and this new the Latter-day Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. You know what I mean? It started this whole new cult that's amazingly a Jesuit priest was involved in. Amazingly enough. Oh man, the tentacles, they go deep everywhere, right? Those black wizards, those black magicians. All you have to do is all those dudes are always in black. You just mark it off, just check it off, and go look it up. They're sorcerers. They practice black magic. That's why they wear black. So it's all magic. It's all black magic, right? It's to believe in things outside of yourself. That's something that's going to save you, right? So anyway, so they're doing this. He's using the same things, and I guess in his mind it's no big deal. He's like, no problem. To me, it's a big deal. I think that the last thing you do is to be bombarding people with a whole bunch of imagery all the time. I think a lot of this, the most important thing is just this talking, hearing somebody's voice, a few images, and not just the endless, making it look like you're freaking CNN, that's neuro-linguistic programming. Steroids is what it is. So beware of that. And then he's like talking about stuff like, what is he talking about? This is, I can even read half the stuff. One of the things is individual thoughts are tightly being controlled, and they always have been. It's not as they always have been. The only time you ever have any freedom. Have you ever noticed that? Is when you turn everything off, and then you go out in the woods, so you go for a walk, and even then, once you get to the point, you realize that thought's not free either. Yeah, thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Thanks for bailing me out there. I'm gonna do that again to you, man, like I did last show. We spent like a half an hour saying, "Where's the sound?" Like shit. Anyways. So it's always the question, how much of you, even when you're by yourself, even if you do all the work you need to do to try to disconnect, because really, once you come to terms with the fact that you've been lied to about every freaking thing, you can just throw everything out. And if you can live with uncertainty, I think that's a key to it all. At least for me, I can't speak for anyone else, but I guess for me, it's like, okay, I'm going to embrace this whole thing about not knowing shit and just being okay with it. Just being all right with the fact that I don't know crap about anything. All right. And that I'm an absolute utter idiot, and that I can live with that. I think that's a big step towards some the freedom and liberation, right? And so I'm going to tell you, I don't know shit except what other people told me. I know what I know. I know what I experienced. I know what I experience on a day-to-day basis. If I get genuine about things, I know I'm trapped by this thing called the internet. It's gobbled me up. It's it's part of who I am now, right? Just like you, right? We're becoming, cyborgs. You know, and very few of us spend any time with our alone with our thoughts. In fact, most of us don't even want to live with our thoughts. We don't spend any time with our thoughts, right? There's a lot of times I don't want to spare my thoughts, and then I think about these things that are behind you that I film, right? And things that I've encountered and all that, and do I want to go there through again? But then again, I know I have to show you this stuff. I let you know that you can find out this stuff is real too. You just have to get yourself a decent camera and start filming up into trees. This is a great time of year to do it, by the way. And then you have to distinguish between pareidolia and what is actually there staring at you. And it's going to be hard to believe at first because you're like, that don't make any sense. And it don't make any sense. But then again, if you can come to terms with the fact that nothing fucking makes sense in this world, and if you can come to terms and realize, if you can realize that is not actually a flaw on your part, that's a strength on your part. When you can realize that everything's screwed up, nothing makes any sense, and it's not because you're stupid, it's because you're aware enough to recognize something that's fundamentally true that's right in your fucking face. And that is that nothing makes sense. Everything is based on a belief. Everything's based on an assumption, right? Now we'll go back to this video, and he's going to use these things, and I use them too. The Hegelian dialectic, all this other stuff. All the catchphrases. But when we go into it, just pay attention to the imagery, what he's actually really saying, and what he's really promoting. Because he's going to tell you that he has a solution, but if you know already that nobody has the fucking solution, you don't have to buy in any of this stuff. And you don't have to if you come to terms with that no one has the solution, then you don't have to go buy all these self-help books or the latest gurus, what he has to go say, and all that kind of stuff. You don't have to waste that precious time. You put that money and time to your children or some other hobby or something. I said in 94, why would I want to carry a phone around? Oh boy, I hate Crow. Well, you know what? I still don't have a cell phone. I tried to do that. Last year for a couple, I just couldn't do it. I did use cell phone in 2017 only to the camera, because I didn't have a camera at the time. So it's when I started filming what was in the trees and the spirits around me and all that kind of stuff. When I started realizing it wasn't pareidolia, once I started to figure out the difference between what pareidolia is really and what I was filming, I was like, holy fuck, they're actually the camera lens, whatever it is, or is a phone or a decent, like I use a P900 now because someone donated to me, right? And it still cost me money at the end of the day. I still had to pay $600 because my son, as this 14th journey goes, what did he do? He ran into it and knocked the fucker over. And I had to go pay $600 to get it refurbished and fixed. And that refurbishing was like $400 something, but then I got a decent tripod after that. So. All right. But you can film the stuff. You start looking at stuff and say, okay, and I can show you how to do it. It's not that difficult. And then you just have to come to terms with what you're looking at. You have to go through a lot of stuff too. There's a lot of people out there are seeing pareidolia and telling you something. You really have to work. There's a lot of images not going to be there. You're just not in the right setting, right location, and everything. Time of day, whatever. What would they write about if they had the solution? And yes, I love the camera. Yes. I asked about the camera. Yeah. The P900 is what I use. I wouldn't mind having a nicer one, but a P900 is actually excellent for getting daytime imagery within the magnification power and all that within 100, and you get some great images 100 yards away or so. because we've got originally to aim our cameras up in the sky, right? Because we saw those stars and the planets, and they didn't look like what NASA was saying, right? So, anyways, and so then when I filmed some stuff in what they call Mars, and the entities I filmed, either they were just in between me and what that thing is called Mars, or they were actually manifesting out on Mars, one of the two, because I think it's all big giant light show up there myself. So it's big giant plasmic like light show, right? And I said, I think, I don't know. But when I look at it and we look at compared to other stuff, it looks awfully wavy and pulse. It just doesn't make sense. So it doesn't add up. And the P900 is pretty good. I'm looking at a P900 or yeah, man. But get a refurbished one, man. Get one used. Don't pay the bucks. Even though a new one's pretty cheap, if you still get one for a used P900 for like $200-300, yeah, save your money. And I don't know. Like the P1000 seems to be a little bit better, but a halfway decent digital camera will do the trick. The biggest thing I noticed was that I'm doing different than what all the other people are doing. They're making videos. They're tromping around and they're just making videos and they're entertaining people and trying to get people to follow them. They want the thousands of subs and make it look like more than what actually is happening. Real research I discovered is when you take that P900, you take stills, you go places that are going to be uncomfortable and embarrassing at times. You're going to spend a lot more time not deep in the woods, but on the edge of the woods. That's been my formula that works for me, and I film stuff all the time when I go out, and I don't do it as much as people think. So, in fact, I haven't done any serious field research since May of 15, after I filmed. Can I even get there? I filmed, where is that? The guy right there. When I filmed him, can you see that? Or that's right by the O. And eyes were moving and all that. And I was like, Christians don't know what they're talking about. The Bigfooters still don't know. They've proven to me after this past 3 months they still don't know what they're talking about. The paranormal people don't know what they're talking about. The UFO people don't quite know what they're talking about. I mean, they're all, when you combine them all together, you realize it's they mimic each other or mirror each other, and there's and I'm trying to even talk to shamans, and nobody knows what the hell they're talking about. I'm going to tell you the truth, wrong for it. Nobody knows what the hell they're talking about. And I don't mean to be insulting to any of you. And if anybody hears this, and some people, you don't know what you're talking about. You can't admit it. You just can't afford to admit it for some fucking reason. Because I think it's because if you know the truth about that, people aren't going to follow you. Who wants to follow somebody that says they don't know what they're talking about? Of course, if you think about that and say, okay, I'm going to listen to this guy for a while because he's being honest about the fact, it might lead you to help you find your own journey and your own path instead of somebody else's. So let's go back to this whole thing, right? Because I still want to get in, because in the second half of this, I want to get into Mark's, Mark and Dan, they did that live a couple of weeks ago. It was fantastic about Tom Campbell, and I wanted to get into that because some of the things they say are brilliant. So let's go to the second part. Let's see. Mark, get set. Here we go.
Many think of this adversary as an artificial intelligence, but I suggest there's nothing artificial about it. In my view, it's absolutely natural, part of the dream world we inhabit even while waking. We've dreamed the adversary into existence, and it's up to us to dream it out of existence, or at the very least change our relationship to it in the here and now. Trauma in this situation can be a blockage, but it can also be an invitation to transcend and go beyond. Think of trauma as a double-edged sword. All the triggers and traumas being thrown at us are also invitations to aikido them, deflect them, use that energy for ourselves. It's absolutely possible to do this. We're touching on the essence of martial arts here. I'm not just speaking philosophically about using negative energy for one's own growth. I mean that we can literally take the energy and turn away only to stoke ourselves with it. We're here for a reason, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Our trials and tribulations are meant to awaken us to the vastness of our genuine nature as souls on a journey of human learning. The unpacking of human potential involves the cultivation of power, however you do it. Personal power is the gateway to exiting the world cult, to getting out of the so-called matrix. Like it or not, we're in a spiritual classroom. This existence is obviously a kind of test. The great English poet John Keats described this world as a veil of soul-making. Fellow romantic writer William Wordsworth wrote about souls entering this world trailing clouds of glory. Our challenge is to learn to embody our own greatness in this confusing, distracting funhouse. This wouldn't be an easy task anywhere, but it's especially difficult in a world cult designed to keep people looking outside instead of inside. I used to think the current generation of truthers were much smarter than they are.
So, yeah, so let's look at this stuff. So, firstly, he's claiming he understands who this force is, what this entity is, what this being is, right? This, of course, everyone claims that, but like every other cult guru out there, but he doesn't know that. He's just making up stuff. Everyone says that. The Christians say that, the Muslims say that, the Jews say that, all the Hindus and all the different sects, and all the, you know how many different Christian sects there are? Most people think there's just a few thousand, or maybe 8,000. There's actually 48,000 and growing. Just to let you know. Which just goes to show you that Jesus, about unity, and so that's not real. So you're going to find out that later on. We're going to tell you something a bit about one. They're all one. No, we're not. I guarantee. I know I'm not. I don't want to be one. So this whole thing about the purpose of life. Always says they got an answer for the purpose of life. Dude, you got a real purpose. Yeah, this is your purpose. And I've said that before too. And I'm coming here to tell you that I speculated. I think that our purpose is to actually just produce Looshy, because it seems all that it's about pain and suffering, right? It's all about just pain and suffering and emotions, and that we get tricked by love. Everything's just a wild coaster ride of just hemorrhoids, steroids, hormones, pain and suffering, emotions, right? Disappointment, heartache. Most people in their life, the last years of their life are alone, literally, and they're zombified by watching the television. And the next round of zombization will be the internet. You're still alone. You know what I mean? We're still alone in the present reality, where you're at right now in presence. We're here, you're hearing me and we're interacting, but, when we're all done, you're still alone. You're still where you're at. This is, you say, well, where's the answer in all this? When you figure it out, let me know. Let us all know. Like I said, I think it's just learning to, and to navigate this shit show is to learn to embrace uncertainty. The fact that we don't know anything. That's just to help us get through it. And as far as the purpose goes, well, I think we kind of manufacture our own purpose, don't we? With the hope that it translates to something on the other side. Or we have somebody else do it for you. And most of us have somebody else do it for us, right? This is where religion and politics and jobs and this is all the distractions to keep you from maybe finding your own authentic self. Isn't it the dream for many of us to find our own authentic self? Isn't it how many times I've through, even it's my 20s, my 30s, even my 40s, to find myself? You know what I mean? I'm in my 50s and I realized I don't know if I really want to find myself. Do I really want that? I mean, is it really that good of a thing? I don't know. I do know one thing. There's an awful lot of people talk a good talk, but when you really hang with them, They're just as fucking clueless as you are. You just got to be, they're just better at the word salad. So let's listen to the next bit of word salad.
I keep waiting for them to figure out that they're playing a game that's rigged against them. They don't realize that the only way they can win is to stop playing. And the only way not to play is to go from the outside to the inside. Do the inner work, the shadow work. Take the inner journey. In the grand scheme of your spiritual evolution, whatever's going on in the external world simply doesn't matter. I'm not saying bad things aren't happening. I get it. This isn't my first rodeo. But I am saying you really don't have much control over anything except yourself. Get used to it. When people engage in serious activism, whether it's saving the earth, a ridiculous concept, or any other externally focused activities, all they're basically doing is engaging in narcissism. Me, I put my money where my mouth is. When I published my first book, Conscious Healing, I shared many thoughts on unity consciousness, the idea that we're all one. I hear people giving this concept lip service constantly, but does anyone ever follow through? Me, I take the idea of unity consciousness where it logically leads. If we're all one, it means there's one and only one consciousness here. We're having an illusory experience of separation. That's the nature of the classroom, and it implies that we're also our own adversary. We are the great parasite because we're all each other. In my novel Snooze, about harnessing the power of lucid dreams, people living in the dream world greet each other by saying, "I see myself in you." Consider that for a second. If everyone thought that way, what a wildly different world we'd be living in.
I see myself in you. I do. I see myself in you. Oh, that's nice. I'm glad that you see yourself in me. That's just fantastic. Anyways, that means so much. Take it easy. Back to work for me. I'll be back. Thanks. Okay, man. Thank you. Good talking to you. Yeah, it's good talking to you, bro. So we're all one. No, we're not all one. And that's the thing. That's a lie. We're not all one. They want you to believe that. This whole unity thing, they want you to, if we're one in anything, is that we're all one in our suffering and our pain and this shit show. That we're all in this shit show suffering. That's it. We've all been deceived. We're all clueless as fuck. We're all lying to each other, manipulating each other. And I know people don't want to hear that. And it sounds so negative and it sounds mean-spirited. But I'm not being negative. I'm telling you the truth. It sounds negative, but it's not. We don't know what the fuck we're doing. And we're not all one. I mean, I've had my life share of stuff. I've learned how one we are in the dark night of my soul and my shadow work. And I don't know where he got his answers from. He's doing his shadow work. But I guarantee you, he has not got his shit, he's not done his shadow work. Because you're not going to come around saying, hey, we're all one. Hallelujah. Yeah, we're all one. Bull fucking shit. We're not all one, man. I got to tell you right now, I am not one with the serial killer. I am not one with the pedophile. I am not one for all the religious fanatics. I'm not one for, the Vatican. I'm not one for, I'm not one for a whole bunch of them. I'm not one for the J. Crew. I'm not one for any of these. Listen, there's 99% of what's going on in this world I am not one with. It sounds good, doesn't it? It sounds like, yeah, we're all one, man. We aren't all one. No, I'm not one. There's a lot of things I'm not one. I would like to be. I like to be one with my son, but my son, he's got his own personality, his own perspective things. He's 12 and a half. He's going to be 13, 14, 15. He needs to pull away. He's going to find himself, his journey. He's going to think his dad's batshit crazy and worthless. It's all get out, and maybe come back maybe 20, 30 years later and say, my dad might have known a few things. That's about it. There's no this oneness going on. It's just an illusion. But it's good in selling books, because you notice that's what he started talking about, selling a fucking book, right? We have a purpose. Yeah, well, every single cult and every single cult leader and every guru and everybody says that. You all have a purpose. Yeah, well, the purpose is what you're going to make the purpose. I tell my son, you're making the purpose. You're gonna make something out of yourself because no one else is going to do it for you. And if you don't, then the other things will do it. Actually, there are kind of forces around us, which is a convenient thing. Well, by the way, he bastarded all this whole thing about the Gnostics and Archons, and then put Looshy right next to it. They were not talking about Looshy back then. Something similar to, but they weren't talking about Looshy. Looshy wasn't even in anybody's radar until Bob Monroe brought it up in his book, right? And it's been taken off because it makes sense, right? The energy, the frequency, whatever we generate, it seems to be, something's benefiting from it, because we sure fuck aren't. We're not benefiting anything from it at all. But so he brought up this whole thing about, it's the book, right? Meanwhile, the neurolinguistics is going on, right? The endless images, right? Boom, 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 boom. And I know you listen to that and you think you're learning something, but no, what you're learning to do is to follow him and buy his book is what you're learning to do. So let's follow that up.
Truthers tend to believe in reaching objective truth, generating real solutions, solving our collective problems, making things generally better. But none of these things will ever happen, of course. Certainly not on the stage of the world cult. Most of the population doesn't realize they're living in a functional matrix of sorts. One could include truthers in this large group, even though they often intellectually grasp the idea of reality as a kind of Tron-like game board. There's a much smaller group actively endeavoring to exit not just the world cult but the matrix itself. These who interest me are the mad ones, the ones who are mad to live, as Jack Kerouac might have described them. Meanwhile, truthers blindly help the great parasite spin its dystopian narratives in order to bring them about. It's not so much that the controllers are spellcasters, a common meme in conspiracy circles, as that they're psychically gifted at parasitizing people's ability to create reality through their own stories about it. Truthers are classic controlled opposition, limited hangouts knowingly or otherwise. To paraphrase Friedrich Nietzsche, truthers who stare too long into the darkness turn into the monsters they observe. This shot of truth enrages a lot of people, especially leaders of truther cults and their fanatical followers. And yet an endless number of dystopian doomsday scenarios are being pushed forward and galvanized by just such hive minds of truthers. To think that truthers are fundamentally different from the mainstream media is ludicrous. They're yin and yang, two sides of the same coin used by the duality cult to bifurcate minds and people into an ultimate synthesis of control. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. This is the dialectical model of mind control happening in real time for anyone with eyes to see. And yet so few are willing to see it. Are you ready to open your eyes and plot your course to freedom? Only cult members fail to like and share this video, and subscribe to this channel. This video develops ideas from the controversial new book, The World Cult and You. Read or listen to it today with your free trial at solomonsubstack.com.
Thank God the hero has showed up. Thank God it showed up. So, it's always, so the other guy, right? And so the truthers, right? They're all part of the problem, right? Yeah. And, the solution is you buying his book, and if you don't subscribe to his channel, then you're part of the problem, right? You're part of the cult. Oh, God, it's so fucking obvious. It's so sickening. And this dude shows up everywhere. I mean, the number of channels I've seen him on, Jason's channel, because Jason turned out to be a sellout all get out, too. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, it doesn't matter. He's just everywhere. This Mr. Lucky Ducky, whatever his name is. And it's very... Anyways, he's a very suspect name, but this whole thing about I didn't even bother writing it down because there was so much cultish mind control thing shit coming out of his own mouth, and I think the guy knows what he's doing. I think he's trying to find his niche, exploit the situation. Listen to the voice, Look how professional it sounds. Listen to, watch all the imagery once again, the neuro-linguistic programming going on. And that the answer is, yeah, and of course, the truthers, they're all the problem, right? They have us happens all the time, right? So, yeah, the truthers, yeah, sure, why not? And everybody's the fucking problem, right? Except for you and me, right? We're the ones who are not the problem. Everyone else is the problem. Problem is, that's not true. Everybody is engulfed in the problem, and there's no escaping the problem. And the problem is that we've been so fucked with and so mind screwed for our whole lives that we really can't recognize the fact that we really don't know what the fuck we're talking about, and that the person next to us doesn't really know what he's talking about. But it sounds good. It sounds really, really fucking good, right? But we break it all down. We're listening to people who've had their life experiences and this and that and what they've learned from the books that they've read and from the gurus and from the people that they follow. And one thing that's universally true, if there's one thing that we're one in, is that none of us know what the fuck we're talking about. If you can't do it, if you can't demonstrate it, if you can't prove it, it's just nothing more than just an opinion. That doesn't mean truth. And they say truthers are the problem, right? Is it? Well, it's going through the truther movement and learning to critically think and challenge things that helps get to a person to the point to realize this whole place is a giant shit show. So it's very important actually to go through something similar to that. You do have to study these things. You do have to cherish your sacred cows. You do have to challenge all the different institutions and mind constructs that are out there. The mental, it's a landmine field. And to think that anybody's got it all figured out. I mean, if you think that it's not important to understand, like the religious institutions, understand the Vatican, which nobody wants to talk about. Nobody touches about the Vaticans or the J. Crew. Nobody wants to talk about those guys. The men in black and the bankers and all that kind of stuff. No one wants going deep in it because they don't. They do this very cursory level, just very shallow level of talking about any of that stuff. Because this should lead you into something that's very shocking, that black magic is fucking real. That magic itself is fucking real. That mind control is real. That you've been mind screwed. I've been mind screwed. That we've all been mind screwed. Right? And you shouldn't trust anybody. You shouldn't trust me. You shouldn't even trust yourself at this point. If it's simply just the belief, I mean, that doesn't mean you're not competent to take care of business, take care of the bills, go to work, be best father or mother as you can, to be a halfway decent human being, to show some empathy, compassion, and understanding, to try to rate the other person, knowing how difficult that's going to be. But you know what? At the same token, to walk around and think that be strutting around, peacocking and posturing it one way or the other and saying, I got it all figured out, that's just bullshit. And people are just full of it. It just across the board. Everyone's just full of it. So we're going to watch this stuff now from conscious. Oh God, Mark, I never forget. Why did you make it an easier name for a guy like me? Forever Conscious Research Center. It should be it. Mind you, nobody can remember my names. My shows my names. Nobody can remember my name, let alone the shows my names. So Forever Conscious Research Channel. And they did a very interesting, I think it's fantastic. They have some great insights about as far as, questioning reincarnation, the promotion of it, of like the amnesia, about, these people all acting like, like Tom Campbell acting like he's some fucking like guru wisdom know-it-all because he claims that he's done the out-of-body experiences and been in, and all of us. See, if this was genuine, right? Why can't this all of us, from the simplest to the most sophisticated, already know what the purpose of all this shit is to begin with? Just lay it out. Why does it have to be layered in all this possible deception, most likely misinformation, and high probably, flat out just jerking our chain one way or the other. I mean, listen, there's no way to, if you can't prove the stuff, if you can't demonstrate to someone else, that, like even my experiences of Bigfoot, right? I always tell people, don't believe me. I came out here to search for some answers, just maybe, have some resolutions and some reconciliations of everything I went through, and some no. What I went through, I realized after listening to everybody, I'm fucking on my own. I got a feeling you're fucking on your own. I think everybody has been given a individual, uniquely tailored shit show. And there's no way getting around it. Except just embrace it, accept the fact you don't know what the hell's going on, and try to do the best you can every day. Do the next best thing, as AA talks about. Do the next best thing for yourself and for others. Don't be a burden on everyone else. Don't be a parasite to the best you can. It's very difficult to do because we live in parasitic reality. So I don't know how you're going to do that, but at least you don't have to like use people or lie to people or manipulate people or make, 7-8 minute videos with as endless manipulative shit as you possibly can in it, and throw out as many big shot names. Don't forget about Looshy. You got to put him in there, right? God forbid. You know what I mean? And just make it sound like you're really the smartest motherfucker there ever was. And guess what? There's only one answer to all this, and that's to buy my fucking book. And if you don't belong to my YouTube channel, then you're part of the cult. See? That's the answer. Except I've heard that 1,000 times from 1,000 other dudes. This guy's closer to the reality of things around. He does not have all the answers. Right? I'm not talking about Mark. I'm not talking about Dan. Mark seems to be, he says, this is what I'm figuring out as best that I understand my ability. He doesn't say that he has all the answers. He's not even saying he's fucking right. He's just saying this is the best option he's figured out for himself about somehow developing some kind of individual autonomy and be able to basically resist the shit that's around you, right? And it's basically, in the end of the day, say no to it. Say, I'm not playing your game. I'm not playing in your sandbox, basically, in a nutshell. And if you do it here, I think if you can't do it here, you're not going to be able to do it over there. I don't believe nothing's demonstrated to me yet that meditation is going to be the answer, that even trying to get just like focusing, that kind of stuff. It's just, it's something all of it is. It's a determinative. You have to make a decision that I'm not buying into this bullshit and I'm not going to be part of it. And sticking to your guns, that's the thing. And I don't think it's something that you have to be this crazy. It's like big part of it is mental, but a part of it is just you saying, I've had fucking enough of it. That's what it comes down to. It's easier maybe for me to say because I'm an older man. I'm 56, right? I'm not 26. If 26 is not so easy. I could say it, but it ain't going to be genuine. But when you're 56, it's easier to do because in reality, you have less options. And you've had your ass burned so many times, you just don't give a fuck anymore about what anybody says. You know what I mean? They say that you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Maybe so. But that's not a bad thing, by the way. Do we need another trick in our lives? There's an awful lot of trickster spirits of some sort or another, energies all around us, deceiving us, right? You sound crazy. Okay, maybe I sound crazy, but I guarantee you come back. If you really do the soul work, you're going to come back and say, that crazy dude, Mike Adams, or that little channel, I think he was on to something. I think he was right about that. I think that he was right. That, you know what? The only really answer is for me to say, fuck it to all this stuff. That's what it is. I'm just going to do my own damn thing. And if you don't like it, and if you don't appreciate it, then it's actually you're doing the right thing in some way. You know what I mean? In a strange way. By you saying, I'm going to do my own thing, just like I'm saying I'm doing my own thing, it just, in a way, we honor each other that way. Because you're going to say, you know what? I'm going to be the best man, a person, a woman that I want to be, and live my life to the best of my ability. And I'm not going to owe up to anybody at this point. You know what I mean? I'm going to owe it to myself. I'm going to own up to myself. I'm going to get honest with myself about shit. All right? And if people make fun of me, fuck them. And people don't want to appreciate the fact of what I'm saying about, there's something out there that looks like a damn Bigfoot, then fuck them. You know what I mean? Because they don't know where they're going to find out. In the end of days, they have experiences. They do it themselves. No one can make this happen for the other person. And I listen to all these people, and we all do the same thing. I've done the same thing. Sometimes, when I interview people, I kind of play the game. You know what I mean? What's your answer to things? What's your solution? In full well, I'm being halfway through the fucking interview, I realize I'm being bullshitted. But, I think it's part of the journey for me personally. But there's some good stuff that Dan says and that Mark says in this. And I like that they're challenging this self-appointed, or maybe not even, I think the institutions that they're part of this matrix have chosen holier than thou Tom Campbell. He's going to tell you what's the meaning of life is and what's after this life. I'll tell you one thing. Anybody says they know 100% sure what is after this life, the number of things I've heard from people, from everyone under the sun, near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, all the contradictions, just listening and reading all the contradictions within Bob Monroe's own books. How you can't recognize that, maybe you forgot, or maybe it's just glossed over. I'll tell you one thing, what a difficult fucking book it is to read is Far Journey. I'll tell you what, the first 10, 11 chapters will just suck. Anyways, they really do. I mean, you got to be honest about it. Regardless, that doesn't mean there's some truth in that. So, potential truths. Potential truths. Anyways, let's get into this. These are like 10-minute sections. I want to spend like an hour. It's like this. The full live is like 3 hours, and maybe we'll break down all 3 hours. Really break down. What I'm going to say is just comment on a few things, but I really want you to hear the discord between Mark and Dan, because it's fantastic. It's really thought-provoking stuff. In the end of the day, are they right? Who the fuck knows? You know what I mean? It's like, I know that's not what people want to hear, but who the fuck knows? You know what I mean? Who really fuck knows what's going on? Anyways, on your mark, get shitted and the goers.
That's great. Yeah, so I was just like thinking about the last video that we went over where he was talking about reincarnation, and it's just mind-blowing to me how he even says point blank that even when you've basically liberated yourself or stopped coming here or finished your education, however you want to frame it, he still says, oh, well, you're going to want to come back anyways. Like it's essentially like you're really not done. I mean, it's mind-blowing stuff, like to just think about and consider with what he's saying.
Yes. I'm not sure how it works exactly, because when I listen to a lot of different of these so-called gurus and know-it-alls, a lot of the stuff they spout out doesn't even fit all the data. It doesn't fit the data available. So it's almost like they have a hypnotic effect on some people, because they seem to say stuff that if you just stop to think about it, you would be able to figure out pretty quickly that this can't be correct. But I don't understand why they have an influence over so many people.
My opinion is that most people truly do not research the data. They may listen to a case here and there, but most people, if you have a continuous spin or slant, and most of it, or not even most of it, but even like 75%, 50% of it sounds legitimate and adds up with perhaps things that you've heard in the past, then you add in like just the fact that there are complete, bullshitters out there who say they've had this experience or that one, and then you have religions kind of coming in and hijacking NDEs, like agenda driven. I mean, there's quite a few of those. I mean, like, but I think really what it boils down to is that most people don't have the time or are dedicated enough to be able to do it. But I mean, most people don't have the time. They're working, they might have children, they got food to put on the table, bills, you know, and if you got children, you know, or maybe you're working 60 hours a week instead of 40. I mean, you don't really have time to necessarily get into like the weeds and really investigate this stuff. So you want to, some people will put their faith in someone like St. Tom, that he is accurate. I mean, you know, he works for the Monroe Institute. You know, he worked for them. You know, he worked with Bob Monroe. You know, he's been in this for a long time. He's got degrees. You know, he can't be wrong.
Yeah, that's probably correct. A lot of these different, well, religions, they just kind of grab a hold of somebody probably from, you know, kindergarten, and then it gets embedded into your subconscious. It becomes like a program, and it's very difficult to break away from a lot of this stuff because, a lot of people don't have the time, or they don't perceive they have the time. Although I really don't think there could be a more important question to answer in anyone's life here.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Instead of maybe spending time looking at TikTok videos or something, they can spend a couple hours a week or whatever digesting things. But then, like, there's the question of, you know, how many are truly thinking deeper? I mean, there's a whole host of convenient answers fed to everyone by the system. You know, all these religions, different belief systems, and they're just fed to them, and they're convenient. So people don't have to do any of the work. But you would hope that by just observation alone from existing here, that you can tell that something's wrong and something's not quite right, and that we're lied to all the time. I mean, you should reach a certain age where you see that and in turn question a large portion of your beliefs at some point. Yes.
You would think so. But I've heard, I forget what his name was, one of the, it may have been somebody from Ions or Endurf, I'm not sure which. There was you hear these researchers, some of them have religious baggage. So like if they're Christian, they have this, they will admit that, this doesn't fit my religion, but it has to. So they kind of force it to fit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, like, one of the most egregious is Randy K. I mean, I don't know if you've seen his channel, but, you know, I try not to say anything, but, I mean, that's like one of the worst NDE channels out there.
I don't know if I'm familiar with that one.
It's all slanted, you know, religious. I mean, it's bad, really bad. There's clearly an agenda at play there. But anyways, I'll shut my mouth on that.
So is this a continuation of the same interview that we're doing? Or?
Well, I have... okay, so yeah, we are going to go back to that interview, but there was a clip that I ran across of a woman asking Tom a question about reincarnation. And this was back in June 26th of 2016. So I'm going to play that. It's kind of a short clip. It's only 5 minutes. And then we'll kind of get into some of the other stuff as well. So let's pop that up on screen. Just bear with me a moment, guys. Not that one. I want to thank Knack for the very kind super chat. I appreciate you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Great to see you. I hope everyone else is doing well. We are simulcasting on Dan's channel as well. Let's see, where is it? Here it is. Okay. So hello to everybody on Dan's channel, Rumble and Odyssey, YouTube. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right.
You say the victim it's personalizing everything.
Yes.
It's
Everything's about
they're
them.
at me.
Yeah.
I got all of that.
It's a
funneling
very
all of them.
self-focused place to be. You're at the center of the universe, and everything that everybody else does
It's a
affects you.
survival mechanism, though, isn't
Yeah.
it? That's program, biological program running.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
Conversations with God says we don't only come back over and over again and be each other, but that we can come back over and over again and get to be ourselves over and over again, number of times. Is that anything you can confirm?
Well, it depends on what you mean by be ourselves. If you
Incarnate.
Okay, so I'm going to rewind her question because I think it's important just to hear exactly what she's saying.
Be each other. Ask another question.
yeah.
Conversations with God says we don't only come back over and over again and be each other, but that we can come back over and over again and get to be ourselves over and over again, number of times. Is that anything you can confirm?
Well, it depends on what you mean by be ourselves. If you
Incarnate over and over as Linda.
no, you're not going to incarnate over.
Now, before he even answers, I think it's important to point out that he scoots around this question. He twists her brain. Instead of talking about what some of the data says, he like weaves in and out of her neurons and somehow wins her over. But as we move along, you're going to hear that she's looked into this topic. It's not like she's, just got into this. She's looked a little bit.
Over and over as Linda. You're going to incarnate over and over as Linda's individuated unit of consciousness.
Okay.
You see, your individuated unit of consciousness, the sum of all of your experiences, is going to keep, it's growing, it's evolving. So it takes what it has, and that's what it puts back in the game. And that will then change it a little. Next time, it puts back something a little different in the game. That's called evolution. Next time.
Okay, so see, now he's saying, you're going to continue reincarnating, and it's going to put a little bit more in the game. But what he's not saying is that sometimes, yes, actually, there is evidence for this, that we continually keep living and expanding upon our previous lives.
That's scary. I got to tell you that much. It's absolutely freaking frightening to think that we have to come back over and over again, continuously in our lives. And she does ask, is there any way to confirm it? And I don't know how you do that. I mean, I know there's a lot of reports out there, the data's out there that says there's something on the other side. I'm not saying there's not. In fact, I do believe there's something there, but it's a belief, and it's based on some of my own according to what they say, out-of-body experiences are. I had them as a kid. I floated above the trees and all that, and had some pretty powerful lucid dreams where I was praying to God, the Creator, you know what I mean? And it's like, I want to know you more than anything I do. I'm not going to give up on you. And so then I had this amazing one to lucid dream in which I went through the tunnel. It's like this tunnel, right? And there's a tunnel, and like the edge of the tunnel were all the people in my life. He's shouting at me, yelling at me, saying all the different negative things and positive things, and tell him come here and there. And then got past them, and then there was the other next part of the tunnel was like all these different entities, like things you're seeing behind me, these scary looking things that were conditioned to become monsters. The light show. It's kind of like the Tibetan Book of the Dead, this thing, these things that show up, and kind of trick you to go into the light, right? And then I go into this big, it's like a valley, almost like the womb of Sophia type of thing, you know what I mean? It's just purple valley, and then there's like this lattice surrounding it. It's all stitched up like the best way to describe it, although it's not exactly because it's like transparent, but you can still see like the stitching of it, like what do they call those things? Blanket, or things, whatever those things that they make. And so, and then, but on the other side, there's these big pyramids, right? And I don't know why that showed up because I never was interested in that. But then at the other end of this deep valley, this purple was like the light, like an orb, like a light, drawing me towards it. I go to the lattice, trying to break out type of thing, and it just like can't figure out a way. I got stuck in there, and then anyways, the thing stopped. But that was the closest thing to anything amazing. But the thing is, my experience doesn't add up with what somebody else does. Which is what I'm discovering from my observations, that each person has their own individual light show, in which some people are going to see Jesus, and some are going to see Allah, and some are going to see Mama or Dada or the long lost loved one or whoever, and it's just going to try to draw you back into this light. And my impression is that light is like that spark that then brings you back into where where the egg and the sperm, unite and start creating the meat suit, the avatar, and then you get thrown into there. That's my impression. But am I 100% right about that? I don't know, because I hear everybody else's story and they have something that's a little bit different. A lot of people seem to, when they go to the other side, in the near death experience, they seem to not want to come back, right? Because they're just like, man, they just feel a sense of love and they finally feel belonging and at home. And I'm just like, that's so deceptive. That's just so fucking wrong. You know what I mean? Why can't we have that here? And when we do have that here, it's only temporary, right? And then we yearn for that again, right? It's like being in a relationship and the honeymoon period, and it's great, and sex is great, and you just can't get enough of each other. And then the real you shows up, and the other person shows up, and then you're just like, oh fuck, gotta spend the rest of my days with this person. Some of you end up having to do it because you have children and stuff like that. It was not, which makes you wonder. I mean, knowing what I know now, I love my son to death, and I'm there for him more than most fathers ever will be in my circumstances. And still, I'm just like, did I do the right thing by even bringing the kid in? I mean, I waited like 43 years because I never found the right person, right? And I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to bring him in this world, right? And it wasn't, it wasn't simply the liberal nonsense that I was indoctrinated with, the end of the world type of scenario, whether it's the Christians saying it or whatever the environmentalists say, you know what I mean? Or the leftists say, everyone has their end of the world scenario, right? It's just a perfect scheme, right? That the world's going to end. Oh, well, my opinion is, would that be such a bad thing if the damn thing ended? Really? I mean, I don't want to contribute to the end of it, but at the same token, is it something that's really all that terrible? Honestly, knowing what this place is, this Earth-Bound Pris-Slas. I just made it up. I can't even say the word. Pris-Slas and the OWO, the Old World Order, the Looshy farm, the little ice ring around it. You know what I mean? Symbolically, just whatever. Who the hell knows what this place looks like? After all my studying research on that, who the hell knows what that place looks like? Once again, I have to depend on somebody else to tell me what this place fucking looks like. That's wrong. In fact, everything about this is wrong. That I have to depend on somebody else to make clear what this place is, only to find out the more and more, it just becomes more confused. I become more confused. And the people I listen to, well, they sound very, assertive and authoritative, but in truth of the matter, it comes down to nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. Just think they do. So, but if this place is a reincarnation, soul trap matrix, you know what? The fuckers on the other side that created this thing, and the people who keep on promoting it, man, there's a lot of people and entities that should be held accountable. You say, well, you sound real angry. Well, I am. I was deceived to come here, one way or the other, if this is real. And if it's not the case, You know, I mean, there's a lot of things, entities, beings that are held accountable, and they should be held accountable, but they're not being held accountable. And why should it be so difficult to find the answer to some simple truths like why the fuck are we here, right? Where did we come from? Where we're going? You know what I mean? Is that too much to ask? Yeah, it's too much to ask. It just drives people away, but it's the most important question I can think of.
It's like to your essence, to like the core of like who and what we are.
Yes.
It like diminishes us down to like a very lame, limited stream of our essence or consciousness, whatever you want to term it.
Yeah, and there's been other movies and TV shows that have explored amnesia, but Blind Spot, basically the entire series was based on this premise of the main protagonist in the story. She starts off with amnesia, and then you get to learn the whole thing comes together by the end. You know, there's a resolution. But the point is that in no way, if you just think of it, it's just amnesia, right? It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing magical. Not complicated. Humans, and when you're in human form, you can suffer from amnesia right here in this lifetime, right? You could have
many times,
right? So you could have an injury. You could sustain an injury. We know people that have woken up from comas. They have amnesia, so it happens. So how is that? Now you take this, and now somehow they managed to say, oh, well, this is a learning experience. We're going to add some more in the next lifetime. We're going to do this. Now, what difference does it make because you have amnesia? So there is no learning.
Exactly.
There's no way. It's insane. What people have been led to believe is it's just insane. It just doesn't make any sense in the simplest, simple. Just think it's simple. It's just amnesia. That's all it is. It's nothing that we don't understand as humans.
Yeah, and what really just drives it home is how the data clearly shows that the same narrative is being hawked, or same narratives, I should say, are being hawked over and over again, and that this is a learning experience, that we are supposed to grow and learn off of this and resolve our karma, our sinning and judgment and all this other stuff, right? That is a repetitive thread, experiencer after experience. Yeah, maybe some, depending on, won't necessarily discuss it, but it's there, like in a huge way. And the reason for driving this point home is that it goes right to what you said. It's like, how can you learn? How can you grow if you have amnesia? If you are being memory wiped lifetime after lifetime, and you're trying to work on yourself to grow as a spiritual being and to do better, then what rationality can you possibly put out there that the answer that there's logic behind being memory wiped lifetime after lifetime? It makes no sense, but yet that's where all the data says. It has nothing to do with the New Age or anyone else saying anything. That is a very, very clear message that is being relayed to everybody by all the top researchers out there. All right, they're all in agreement that this is what the narrative is, and you can hear it in all these experiencer cases just by going through them. So again, this is when you have actual information backing it up, and then thinking critically, logically, open, that, hey, that doesn't make sense. It does not make sense to be memory wiped if we are supposedly here to learn, grow, and resolve our karma. How are we supposed to improve? How are we supposed to build upon ourselves with that being there? Right.
Like I said, in that show Blind Spot, there is a series of episodes where the character's old memories from her. Now, we're dealing here with just one memory wipe. Keep in mind that we have suffered thousands of memory wipes, right? Thousands of different personalities and identities. right? This is, I don't see this as being really helpful to ourselves. It sounds quite damaging. In the TV show Blind Spot, the character suffers through one memory wipe, and then she develops a completely different personality because she's surrounded by totally different people. She has totally different influences, and she is this good person. I don't want to give too many spoilers away for anybody who wants to watch the show. Let's just say her old personality wasn't really that nice. And there's a series of episodes where she basically has all of her old memories come flooding back. This causes like a virtual battle inside of herself, with herself. And, you know, on TV, they play that out with she's playing two different parts of, you know, the same character, one of her old memory self and one of her new memory self. Can you imagine if in the afterlife, or like Bielman with his higher self now, if you were to suddenly collide with all of these older identities that you may have had, what absolutely chaotic mess that you may end up in? I mean, I've given that some thought. Like, do you really want to remember all of these other lifetimes?
No, that's a good point.
Yeah, because now you're... if you watch what happens to her in the show, she has to, and again, we're dealing with one life, one memory wipe in the same human life. There's a major conflict. These two personalities have to merge together and become yet another kind of person, one that blends the old self with the new self. But if you're dealing with thousands and thousands, and we're talking about not just memory wipes. You're talking about living in different time periods on Earth, being a male one time, a female another time. Who knows, right? Being a certain type of person here, another kind of person there. Just going, you know, because a lot of this stuff is programmed into us, right? You've done that thing, I think it's your trailer or intro video that goes over every, you know, the cognitive state of humans from birth to 7 years old. Yeah. And it's absolutely dreadful. We're just programmable sponges.
Early childhood development is an incredible window into how this place functions.
Yeah, it's absolutely horrible. There is no way that if you want to look at this place and, you know, be sane and logical about it, that you come up with Tom Campbell's answer. Or these other people that peddle whatever nonsense they're peddling.
Yeah. It's incredible. It's incredible. I mean, just the thought of having thousands of lifetimes, and, you know, I think it's very probable. This place beats you down. It really takes a toll on the mind and body and spirit while you're here. And then it just crushes you and distracts you and gets you into the grips of the sensory addiction. And then, I mean, I don't know. We can go on and on. We've talked about it 1,000 times, but it's, who knows how many thousands of times, right?
Yeah.
Anyways. All right.
Now you're going to add a little something to it, and it's going to do it again.
Got you.
But it's not going to be Linda. It's going to be some guy, right, who lives in Mongolia, who raises sheep.
Yep.
And it's not going to be Linda at all.
Okay.
Okay. But it's going to be all the stuff that Linda
accumulated
and helped this individuated unit of consciousness create. And it's not going to be that different from what Linda had at her core, because Linda just added a little bit to this thing, and now it's going to go again. So you can say, is it Linda? Well, almost. At the core. Look at the
But we call her
outside.
Dave now.
But yeah, but we call her Dave now, right? And different race, you know, different sex, different job,
Country.
different personality, you know.
But that which is back behind that is the same. only improved a
Right.
little from this
Right.
life package.
Exactly.
Plus.
Linda
But what's
plus.
behind, what's at the core of that, yes, is what Linda started with, plus what Linda added
Grew
to it.
into.
That's
Linda was
what's at the
something before
that's what
Linda
the core of it.
Linda was something before Linda.
It's a shame we can't talk to Linda. I'd like to talk to Linda. Would you, Dan?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to. I mean, a lot of these people, I can relate because, you know, when I first started my research, I was brainwashed and I was filtering everything.
All right. So that's the next part. So that's the next part. Anyways, I skipped like 10 minutes of it, so I don't know if I'll play the whole thing. It's 3 hours long, so it probably won't. But anyways, he talks about some important things, though. Amnesia, early child development from birth to 7 years of age, the sensory addiction, individuated consciousness. Whatever this individuated consciousness is, this entity that's being, I'm just going to tell you right now, fuck off. You suck. You really suck. So, you want to call them God, you want to call them the demers, you want to call it the super force, whatever. Yeah, you suck. You're the only one that benefits from all this if it is real. If it is real. Anyways, amnesia. So if reincarnation is real, and I know Mark says all the data shows that. I mean, I don't know if all the data shows that, but if you pay attention to near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, all the different Eastern cultures, and what most people thought throughout the world, they feel that reincarnation is a real thing. So maybe there's something to it. Part of the problem is with the amnesia, fucking no one knows. So at the end of the day, you have no idea if it's true or not. Right? You might have an experience. You might have some out-of-body experiences and all that. They help you to feel it's so, right? They give you some confidence that it's so. But, you know, this is something that should be as clear as freaking, you know, drinking water, breathing air. In my book, I mean, if I was the creator of this place, I would not hide this stuff from the people because my creation. And they say, well, you know, it's bogus arguments as well. If you knew the truth about what's really going on, it'd be overwhelming. Well, probably because it's overwhelmingly fucking wrong is what it is. And if you knew what you were actually going through, and if there is happening over and over again, you'll be like, what the heck? This, you know, yeah, can you imagine actually having a memory of just another life, or 10 or 20 or 100 lives, 1,000, and just you talk about being fragmented and schizophrenic, you know what I mean, beyond imagination. So that says something right there about the creation. What's wrong with it? If you're going to have any kind of this reincarnation thing, supposed to learn lessons, then we should remember the previous lives, or at least the lessons we're supposed to learn. Spend a whole lifetime conjuring up stuff, making up stuff, justifying things, and saying, yeah, this is the reason why I'm here. Nobody knows. That's the problem. Nobody knows. And when it comes to this 7 years with extended adolescence, and the fact that, you know, I don't think my son at 12 and a half could fend for himself. Now, I think about the bunny that last June started paying attention to me as I was hanging out with my wildflower gardens and talking to the trees, because I discovered that the only thing that actually listens to me, at least in my imagination and in my mind, is the trees, because they don't talk back, and, you know, I can have this kind of conversation, kind of like we're doing now, right? It's amazing things you can learn by talking to a tree. Anyways, really, seriously, if you really go for it, and you don't turn it into, so, you know, I'm going to be a witch or a new age, or I'm going to, and just go for it, man. Just do it. Don't try to be anything. Our ancestors, a lot of cultures, many of the First Nation cultures, it was a very common thing that a person would have their sacred tree. They might walk miles to get to that one tree that meant that much to them. The tree is symbolic, right, of the tree of life, right? This earth, the axis Mundi, the tree that the underworld, the branches, the roots spread throughout the underworld, the middle worlds, which we walk upon, that's the trunk, and the branches up into the atmosphere, right? The upper world. And many of them said, they had the desire to go to the happy hunting grounds, you know what I mean? To go to some sacred place, to a star or a place where they belong to, you know what I mean? Maybe they're right. Who the hell fucking knows? That's the problem. There's not a lot of people who claim they know, but why don't I know? Why don't you know? Why don't we know individually? Knowing is not the same thing as believing. That's why my old channel was Old Religion Dystopia, knowing versus belief, until they nuked me, because unlike everyone else, I actually decided I care about you guys and other people, I know they care about me. So in 2020 and 2021, until they zapped that channel on January the 6th, 2021, I was out there very publicly warning people about the agenda that was going on. And I had very little support from anybody. In fact, I had none. Even in the internet world, even though I excuse me. At that time, I had kind of walked away from the stuff. So I had 2018, I had enough of the internet world. With my experience with Christian truthers and with the Bigfooters and everything else, I just but I came back because I knew what was happening. What I wanted to do, I just wanted to play my guitar. I had enough. I realized I couldn't save the world. But you know what? I saw the injustice and was right before me. I knew all about the agendas and about the Economic Forum and what happened in 2019 and about, Event 201 and other events. And I knew what they were up to. So I figured if I could save one person, it was worth it. You know what I mean? And I know, I'm very confident that I did. And I could have saved a few more, but I noticed that the powers that be didn't want that to happen. I mean, I know what happened for real. I was out there out in the street. I was the one with, doing the magnet test. Anybody brave enough to do it. I was the one warning people what was going on. I wasn't out to pad my numbers and maintain, right? Because, there's sometimes when our message is not that important, when the other person becomes more important, right? And I said, you know what? It's such a stupid fucking thing, YouTube channel. Who gives a fuck? If I can save somebody's life, who gives a fuck? And anyways, I felt justified and right to challenge the matrix and the system and give it the big middle finger. And by the way, I was giving the middle finger to just about everybody. But back to this birth, from 7 years, right? And you're so pliable, and this is how religions, and this is how cults like Roman Catholicism and etc. It's not just them; it can anybody. They follow the same pattern from what they learned from the Catholics, right? Give me the first 7 years, I'll have them for life. They might walk away from the church but they're coming back. Only if they actually really do the work and study and challenge it and really challenge it and be willing to pay the price. Because one of the things that happens when you are part of these cults and you start challenging things, and you're going to be summarily kicked out. And you're going to be not even summarily. It's going to be just not the injustices you're going to experience. It doesn't matter if it's AA, if it's the Christians, if it's the Satanists. And believe it or not, the Satanists have this. There's just as much cult mentality as much as they pretend they're not. I know a few of them, and and on it goes. And so you're just like, this is just bull fucking shit, man. Really, all I want to know is the truth. And that was justifiable enough just to have me isolated, ostracized, and fucking just pretty much rejected by everybody. Meanwhile, if these archonic forces, and I know these spirit things are real because you're looking at them right there and film them. So whether they're conscious enough or conscious about what we're doing, something's conscious, something pay attention to me, something guides me at times, something interferes. So the generational spirits or these local spirits or these familiar spirits, blah, 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 you can call certain names. You see, the problem is it's all, in the end of the day, you can't nail it 100% one way or the other. See, my channel, I'll never, first of all, my personality is one of them will have to happen, but even by the way I'm speaking, there ain't going to be no fucking following. There is nothing. There's nobody's going to want to know the truth. That's not what they want. They want to be entertained. They want to believe that there's an answer to all this. But clearly, there is no answer. And that's what the problem is. And that's the real issue here. There is no... How any one of us can accept the fact, the only thing we can learn to do is accept the uncertainty. That life, there, as much as we try to find an answer for it, that's why I call it, that we call it, Earth-Bound Pris-Slas, like Pris-Slas, prison slaves, and the old world order, which is, they talk about the new world order, it's the old world order. It's the world, it's the same thing that's been going on forever and a day. And I call it the Looshy farm because why not? Because, you can call the plantation loose that, you can call the soul farm, you can call it the giant reduction camp. That's a better way of calling it. Hey, the Jesuits had it right. Reduction camps. That's what's really going on. We're in a giant freaking reduction camp, and they're reducing every freaking thing about you, from the spiritual side to the mental side to the physical side, to the fact that you don't own shit. You already don't own shit. You just think you do. You don't own any land, and you never will own any land. You might be able to lease it from the quote unquote government. It was nothing more than an instrument of the oligarchs, blah, blah, blah. Which at the end of the day, they seem to be serving something else, because there's plenty of evidence to show that large groups of them are really into spiritualism and really into these spirits. Is this a reincarnation thing? Who knows? But if it is the case, then it's very sinister, because it goes back to this amnesia thing, right? Memory swap. This is not fair. It's totally unjust to do that. All right? And then it's a child. I mean, let's go back to this bunny. So this bunny that I was hanging out, and it was like a couple inches. It started hopping around. He came out from my garden, and it's got used to me, and it was like got real close to me, and we saw each other every day, and it's still going on. I mean, I go out my front porch to have a cigarette, and there it is, and my neighbor's you staring at me every single day. He's like, it's just found a spot, and it's like it feels comfortable and safe with me until some dog or cat comes and eats it. But until it's got this illusion that it's safe with me, you know what I mean? Of course, it's not. I mean, even if I was sweet to it and fed it and did everything, something's still going to come get it. And it'd be cruel in hell to put it in a cage, a smaller cage than it already is. All right? And we all live in a fucking cage. You know, the box that we live in, the box we're staring at right now, the box that you're walking around in your hand, the box you drive in with 4 wheels, the box that you go to get your groceries, the box that you work in. If you think you're not in a big giant prison, I just don't know what to say to you. And he said, well, what's the answer? Fuck. I know one thing. Don't listen to Alex Jones, because he's always going to jack you up. Don't listen to 99% of the people out there that are going to offer you that promise the answer. But as long as you buy their book, subscribe to the channel, and be faithful to listen to the latest bit of propaganda. Some of you guys, I don't know how you're able to produce the videos you do and 2 or 3, sometimes 4 times a week, sometimes every day. And you're like, it can't be alone. It's impossible. Do you know how much time and effort it's taken me just to make this happen? This is to play somebody else's fucking video. I can't see it. So, but anyways, we got issues, serious issues. And I know because people want the answer, but I think the most honest answer is we don't have the answer. And that's the issue. And we should not be happy about that. We should come, when I say that, what I'm going to say is we have to first accept the uncertainty and the fact that we don't know what these answers are. Understand, but then and understand the bigger picture, what's going on here. It's not just us looking and searching for the answers. There's a bigger issue. Why are we still searching and looking for the fucking answers? Well, this is the way this place is made. Well, that's not. Would you do that? I mean, let's just forget about the Christian stuff and burning in hell and all that madness, or the fact that if there was a real God, how much he loves his own son. Contradictory, or the Old Testament is that we're just going to rip the skin off your body. You know what I mean? We're just going to just torture you, and then we're going to make everyone believe that you came to save the world, and you're, when it's really just your people. And then everyone says, "Well, I'm his people," and it's like, it was something. It's just Roman fucking propaganda, is what it is. An egregore is a fucking Roman demigod. That's all it fucking is. But yet, this loving entity, this forces and all these things around us allow this shit to still happen. It's all about learning experience. It's all about learning to love and to have empathy and compassion and work out your karma and bullshit. Bullshit crap. Why is it that the most worst people keep on showing up generation after generation, year after year? It's just the most awful people you'd ever. I mean, honestly, not that I'm the slightest bit interested in elections, but in a million years, would you chose the orange man versus the senile old wannabe Jesuit priest? Would you choose that? You wouldn't choose that in a million fucking years. But that's what you're going to give to. That's the delusion you're going to give. These are the two options you have. And you're going to go there and you're going to pull a lever and you're going to convince yourself that you did something. When if you just went to the Al Smith to watch the Al Smith dinner and you understood what's going on, you already know who's going to be the president. And after a while, you're going to realize we don't elect the CEO of the corporation in the District of Columbia. It's just a fucking illusion to make you feel like you're part of something while the noose gets tighter and tighter around your neck. What am I supposed to do? You ain't going to do shit is what you're going to do. You're not going to do crap. And if you did try to do stuff, the only thing that's good is a big thumping is going to happen to you and your buddies. That's what's going to happen. And they know that, and anybody that has any common sense knows that, so nothing's going to happen. So then what am I supposed to do? Well, I think the first thing to do is get honest about your own circumstances, who you are, where you're at. How you are, just like myself and everyone else, is a caged fucking bipedal freaking rat. And you've been fucking lied to about every goddamn fucking thing you've ever been told, and it's time to fucking forget about just blindly believing what anybody says. That'd be a good start. Just saying. But what the hell do I know? Let's start to the next section here.
Everything through cognitive dissonance, religious programming, all this other crap that I had in my subconscious, in my mind. So sure, but I just had like a little, I don't know what it was, an intuition, a voice in the back of my head, an internal thought that, hey, maybe the answer lies elsewhere. Maybe the answer you're looking for has nothing to do with this garbage you're looking at. A lot of people, I don't even think they were so taught in schools and the way that politics is run and everything that they always want you to narrow things down to like two choices. They don't want you to go outside of these little boxes. Mm-hmm. If you drift outside, then you start thinking alternate theories of things that nobody ever taught you. You start thinking for yourself. You That's what I think is most important. People should think for themselves, and when they get presented with a couple choices, the first reaction shouldn't be which one should I pick. It should be, well, this can't be all that I have to choose from. What else is there?
Yeah. It's it goes back to what I talk about all the time. Think bigger. Think outside the box. Think, beyond all of the stuff that's known or semi-known, and think about the unknown possibilities. Think about who and what and where you were, what you did, and before you even came in, not just to Earth, but to the overall matrix system. Like, there's no doubt in my mind we were doing other things, and I don't care who you are, I don't care how many experiences are out there. There is no one out there who can claim that they have a memory, or at least a verifiable memory of existence before coming into this overall system. Everything you hear is rooted around reaffirming what's happening here and in the astral and the overall matrix system. Again, this is another red flag. It's like, if we're eternal beings, and I think most of us know that that's the case, then what the heck was going on before all this? Like, what? I mean, really, are we just going to think like, oh, the astral is it, or, maybe some colors and some love and all that, and then coming back to Earth, or going maybe to other material realms, or anything like that's familiar is limiting. It's not thinking bigger. It's not thinking outside the box. Am I saying that I have, any clue about what those things are before we came in here? No, I don't know. I don't have a memory. And be careful of anyone who claims that they do. I mean, there's a few out there that make those claims, and there's very few, but I wouldn't trust them. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. So,
because they're linking into this topic. Sorry to interrupt, but they're linking into the whole soul trap thing, which is interesting. It's like, oh, like, what are they, like, just this magical anomaly, and they just happen to be looking into the soul trap, and then, oh my God, they have answers too. Oh my God, what are the chances? Not only are they looking at the soul trap, but they have experiences that they know for sure that are outside of the entire matrix system, and they know. I mean, what are the chances? It's like, there's so many. But yet, you look at all the other experiencers, over thousands upon thousands upon thousands, and you don't hear any of that. It's all very, very familiar, cut and dry. Yeah, some deviation here and there, but it's all very cut and dry, like when you're looking at the patterns. So anyways, be careful. There's a few of those clowns out there.
Yes. So... we're trapped in this thing where we are so limited because of our human brain that it's very difficult. We don't have any memory of an experience prior to being human. It's just no one, even in past life regressions, I'm not aware of anybody that was able to tell you what they were doing before they were human. I kind of get, there's some... Well, there are some data points, like in Monroe's book. He was.
Are you saying before the first time they were human? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, before the first time.
Okay, first time. Okay, gotcha. Sorry, I just had to clarify.
It's like such a profound memory wiping system, and every time it's repeated over and over again, you kind of get sucked into this system, and it's very abusive. And we do have some data. I mean, if you look at Robert Monroe's books, clearly he was interacting with conscious beings that were never human, and they couldn't understand. He would try to explain it to them through like data bundles that he would kind of like think about everything that it meant to be human and then send it to them, because all communication in the astral is probably very telepathic, and it's not really words, it's more information. And they thought it was weird or confusing or you know, kind of like strange. Also, Monroe's own experience that he went back home at one point, but it was a very boring place. I'm not sure. I've often thought about how this whole thing, like everything began. So yeah, there's this whole concept of eternity, which means it's outside of normal time. It kind of is. It always was and always will be. And then if we're eternal beings, it's some kind of quantum state of consciousness that we are. There's a book on my website in the book list. I think it's called biocentrism. It's a theory that we have everything backward when it comes to the origins of reality, or let me see if I can find it. It's in the book section. It's definitely worth a read to anybody that's interested in this kind of stuff. It's a theory by a biologist that we have everything reversed, that matter only exists in this universe because of consciousness. Consciousness is first and was first. Now, he doesn't really get into the nitty-gritty of like a Big Bang theory in his book, but in my thought is that there was never a Big Bang of matter. There was a sort of like a explosion of consciousness somehow. And that from that explosion of consciousness, there's all this individualized conscious beings, that's us, and everything else that has consciousness. And that when you're existing as like a new, as a pre-human consciousness, you don't have any experience. In other words, in human form, we're biologically driven to survive. But if you're in just consciousness form, then you're not physical and you can't be killed or hurt, then what would be the driving force? I think it's the driving force is to become bigger, like consciously bigger, like
And
not
to just
size-wise.
experience.
Yes, you want knowledge, experience. You want to know things, right? It's maybe a drive to become a more powerful consciousness. And I think the Earth is set up like this reincarnation soul trap for whatever Looshy is, or whatever we're here. Because it's not just Monroe's account. You have Carlos Castaneda.
Yeah.
His books about this being like a human arrow, he called it. It's like a chicken coop. The quote is actually on the bottom of my homepage. So the book is Biocentrism: How Life and Consciousness Are the Keys to the True Nature of the Universe. It was written by a biologist, Robert Lanza, and Bob Berman. So if anybody's interested, it is in the list of books on my website for people that if they want to check it out.
Great.
But the thing is that, we get sucked into, I think, a naiveness. We have no experience. And then someplace like Earth pops up. And even if you do have experience in some things, you've never experienced anything like this roller coaster. So you get drawn to it. And I think there's all kinds of
So it's interesting, sort of things I talked about. The system is very abusive. Carlos Castaneda. Question about Bob Monroe and what he saw. Eternity outside of time and space. Biocentrism. How life and consciousness. Something the true key of the universe, whatever it is, or the true whatever. Everything was reversed. Consciousness came first. Driving force is to be big, more powerful, a bigger, more powerful consciousness. Anyways, where do we go with all this? So here's the thing. it's could be. I mean, I don't know if it's hypothesis, it's more of or a theory. It's more of a hypothesis than a theory, but who cares? Everyone's wrong. Everyone, all the words gets abused. So, but this whole thing about reverse, everything is reverse, isn't it? Every damn thing here is reverse, isn't it? Everything's reverse of what you would choose to do. If this was the world that you made, you would look at this and you'd probably do everything different than what you see, right? It's kind of like, this whole thing about parents. You try to be different, do everything different than your dad because everything he did was wrong, right? My dad was a son of a bitch, that's for sure. But I think he thought he was doing the right thing. Anyways, yeah, and this Bob Monroe, I know that's what he says, but we never know if it's true, that what his encounter was actually true, because we can't really share in his experience. And so what we do is we project from what we know and what we've learned upon his experience and think we know what he was really experiencing. So, the INSOC, and is that what it is? Or no, that sounds like from 1984. I can't remember what it's called. In something or other. And then BB, is that what it is? Hanging out with BB, and BB's laughing. Yeah, this is what you're really about. You're not here to learn anything. You're just here to produce, loose that we feed upon you, and then energy. And we come here to vacations. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly what's going on. I would not be surprised in one bit, but I would never know. But it's a surprise that when they just say that all the world's a stage, and that's exactly what's going on with us, is that what we're doing is performing for these entities, whatever they look like. Maybe they do look like Bigfoot. Maybe they have 10 legs, and maybe they have 20 heads, and who God knows what the fuck they are. And maybe they're us, right? Or maybe our ancestors having a good. But I can't, if you are my ancestor, I'm going to talk to my ancestral spirits right now. If you're my ancestral spirits and you are tolerant of this shit, there's something seriously wrong with you. I want you to snap out of your delusion too. Would you do that for me? Because there ain't no way that if you have the slightest bit of a conscience, that you can see what's going on in this world and what's been going on for thousands of years, and the billions upon billions of beings who have suffered the most ridiculous of things in existences, from birth from cradle to grave, and you sat back and did nothing. It's kind of like this crazy thing is, Henry, and I'm not against Henry as a human being per se, although I must say he's got some crazy ideas. I mean, this whole thing that Bigfoot is like Big Brother, and they're the ones in charge, and the aliens go see Bigfoot. They don't come to see us, and Bigfoot's in charge, and we're just like, once again, they're supposed to tend the garden. You know what I mean? I mean, it's, and then its next breath, how wonderful and great Big Brother Sasquatch is, while he decks your daughters and sons and steals their eggs and semen, and it's maddening is what it is. And you know what? The craziest thing, I wouldn't be surprised the guy's right, because that's exactly how the system would work. You get some dude who's lifetime stoner, son of a military intelligence officer, you know what I mean, privileged, having all these opportunities, and he'd be the one to tell you, oh yeah, Bigfoot's the ones really in charge, you know what I mean? They're the entities he's talking about, Bob Monroe's talking about, right? How the fuck does anybody else know any of this? And you say, well, using common sense. Well, I see common sense. I understand why people are atheists, because that's just a way of saying, you know what? I don't have to deal with this shit anymore, because everything is the fucking dead end anyways. You can't prove anything that you're saying, right? So then the convenient thing is that there's no God, right? Well, then there's deists. They say, there is a God, but it's impersonal, disinterested force, but they might be right. There's some of us that think that whatever this demons or God is just a monster, is what it really is. And we're in its prison. We're in its dungeon. We're in its freaking just so it could feed upon it, us, and learn everything that possibly can, right? Because we're all one, and we all go back to source, and all source learns all the things we've learned. But apparently, it's really slow when it comes to suffering and pain and misery, right? Heartache, starvation, this endless disease. It just needs more diseases, I guess. It needs more suffering. It just can't learn that lesson. But we're supposed to learn lessons. But this entity, it can't learn a lesson. It's something as simple as that. I mean, honestly, it's not very smart, this God. Not very smart. Honestly. I mean, especially when you have, it's either that or it's so evil that it just feeds off us and its entities, its henchmen, and its, it's yes men, the middle managers, and the surround us. They get a little kick off it too, right? Maybe everything everywhere is on drugs. Think about that. Everybody's, because isn't that in the end? I mean, you can spend your whole life, drug free, but at some moment, you become like the biggest drug addict there ever was, right? Give me all the pain medicine you please can, you know what I mean? Give me something, you know what I mean? So it doesn't help me with the madness that's between my ears, right? Help me, right? So I can be around another day to suffer one more day. And it's just like this God, of this thing, this source is evil. After all, the Bible even says this God of the Bible, at least, if you believe it. But all the other gods seem to say the same thing anyways, where a demigod or full-fledged head honcho, they created good and evil. Darkness and night, day. So darkness and light, day and night. That's what I'm trying to say. It's called a dualistic system, but the dualistic system is such that the illusion is dualistic. It's a nasty, mean, painful illusion, though. So it's like a double-edged sword illusion, right? Some illusion is actually the illusion is that you fucking know what the hell's going on. Meanwhile, you're living like a caged rat, going through all these pain and suffering and all sorts of different things. And if you haven't done it yet, you will be doing it. I guarantee you. Or you'll be this really good con man, convince yourself that everything's peachy good and wonderful, and you'll be the next Joel Osteen. You know what I mean? And you'll have your big mega church and all your big money, and all you have to do is just bullshit people, because that's where the money's at, bro. Look at the Pope. He's the most powerful man in the world, and he has to walk around like a freaking clown with red slippers. It's absolutely amazing. And it's all good. It's just all amazing. It's just all positive, right? I think let's go on. Let's listen to the next section. People say, you sound angry and mad, and I'm like, I'm extremely disappointed, and I'm just extremely fed up, and I'm extremely find the injustice and the unfairness of this place to be repulsive to the point that I can't not stop talking about it. I honestly do. I try to avoid this. I try to go. I mean, that's one of the reasons I got back in the Bigfoot thing. It's just another distraction, because I don't want to deal with this. Because the thing is, I listen to all these guys and it's Lucifer or Prometheus and the fire, and it's this God and that God, and it's what the Greeks say, and it's what whatever, you know what I mean, the Hindus say, and what the fuck knows if the Tibetan Book of the Dead is accurate. Who the fuck knows? You know what I mean? I don't know even those things that when I have these lucid dreams or the out-of-body experience, that I know 100% they're fucking real. Now, other people say, absolutely they do. But then again, I've also been around people who say they absolutely know that Jesus, they've seen Jesus, they've talked to Jesus, right? They've seen miracles and healings. Of course, no one else has, but you know what I'm saying? I mean, you go to a church and half the people right away are going to say, oh, yeah, they've seen Jesus, talked to Jesus. The other half says, no, Now that really hasn't happened to me. I still believe in them. The egregore, the Greek demigod, there's no other choice. And you're just like, listen to these people, and when it comes down to them, we start grilling them, asking them questions, they melt, they fall apart, and then their true self comes out, and the next thing they're just being vicious and going after you for stupid things. I mean, I know people that I've known. There's one guy that's, because I started that Looshy Farm Facebook page, and he's like somebody that's a Christian, and almost like a monk at times, a traveling Christian that tries to, convert people. He's a good guy, actually, and we learn a lot together about the Jesuits and the Vatican and their evil side. Of course, then you tell them the evil side about the Bible, then it's all hell breaks loose. It's like this, you're just mad because you have MS. And I'm just like, you're just mad at God. And I'm like, actually, I've kind of realized there ain't no God. And the reason I say that is because they don't answer. If it is, it doesn't bother. It doesn't answer any prayers. It just doesn't. I don't know how many prayers I tried, and just like everybody else I know. And it's like those that get on and say, yeah, you're right, and never really did answer my prayers. I just wanted to believe that he answered my prayers. You know what I mean? Since God really is halfway decent, at least give the kids a halfway chance. Yeah, have them. Look at all the kids, and if Jesus was real and Christianity is real, then why don't you guys all go to all these children hospitals and heal them all in the name and the glory of Jesus? That's really the promise. But you're not going to do it. You can't do it. You know you're not going to do it. You're going to just make the excuse to say, well, I can't do it. God does it. Jesus, that's up to him. Well, your God sucks because he seems to really love people suffering. Right? Now, you could take away that and take away the Abrahamic religions and the man-made constructs of God, but what about your own construct between your own eyes, in your own mind, and what you conceived of what God is? And how, most people want God to be this thing of love, an emotion that easily can be tricked by. Seriously, I mean, at times, I've been, told by a chick, "Oh, I really love you," and fuck, neither one of them. We're not here together. Which maybe, in the end of the day, that's the most loving thing when I think about it, on both sides. But regardless of that, it's like, it's just an emotion. It's just a word. It's just the greater virtues are commitment, loyalty, compassion, actually doing something for somebody else, right? Just saying fucking I love you doesn't mean shit. But please don't ever pray for me. Please don't ever pray for me to your egregore, your Greek demigod, because I'm just going to send it back to you 70 times 7. You take your curses. Anyways.
Everything through cognitive dissonance, religious programming, all this other crap that I had in my subconscious, in my mind. So sure, but I just had like a little, I don't know what it was, an intuition, a voice in the back of my head, an internal thought that, hey, maybe the answer lies elsewhere. Maybe the answer you're looking for has nothing to do with this garbage you're looking at. A lot of people, I don't even think they were so taught in schools and the way that politics is run and everything that they always symbolism here to show you how that works. I think the bug zapper is
Yes.
is always been fascinating to me. Right? It attracts those bugs to that light and zaps them. And they keep coming back for more, even though it never ends, right? You can have that thing.
And then you have
zapping.
the anglerfish.
Right.
I mean, the anglerfish literally it's a predator that has a light over its head to trap its prey.
Right. And then, and then they tell you go into the light.
Yeah.
Why would I do that automatically? I don't think so.
It's just, I think we just get wrapped up in the sensory experience. I don't know. We've talked before, like how like so many comments I've gotten, and I'm sure you've gotten them too, that like, oh, I'd never choose this and blah, blah. Yeah, you'd never choose it. Yes, we get it. But you probably were interested in the beginning and chose to come into it not knowing the ramifications of what could unfold because you've never had that experience before. If you can't gauge what it's like to be in a human meat suit, if you can't gauge that, life and death are a thing, and it's I think it makes sense just from like how I'm just interested in things. I'm interested in learning and exploring and stuff like that. I think it makes sense for me at least that I would come here because I, as a eternal true essence being, I can experience something like not knowing that, not remembering that, and actually dying, and going through this whole phase. There, like from an outside perspective, I can see how it can be appealing to a true essence being who's perhaps roamed the multiverse and done all sorts of different things and came down and experienced something drastically different where they forget that they're an eternal being and that, they don't die. But the problem is that there is a whole trap mechanism embedded with it. So that's the difference.
Yes, I do think that there must be some kind of natural, universal, or multiversal laws at work. I'm not sure where they originate from or how exactly it works, but they seem to have to like show you symbolically things like I said, like the bug zapper or the anglerfish. They kind of show you how the mechanism works. If you're too dumb or and not interested in paying attention, that's on you. But they've shown you. I mean, it's kind of like everywhere. I mean, if you look at all it's everywhere. So I'm not sure if there's some kind of laws or rules that need to be followed. They also seem to have a thing where this environment is big risk, big pain. So it must have some kind of big reward if you get yourself out of here.
Liberation.
Liberation, but your consciousness that you'll never be fooled again.
Yeah, that's how I look at it too. It's like there's for as much as like you don't want to say like, oh, it's a learning experience. In that respect, it is, because these are experiences that you'll take and realize and have in the back of your head that if you want to go and have some sort of experience in another realm, if the contract, so to say, the terms of service involve giving even 0.0001% of your essence in exchange for the experience, well, then you're going to have that knowledge. Hey, I went through a shit show of an experience on Earth, and I'm not giving any of my essence in exchange for any experience moving forward. So talk about valuable information to take with us, for eternity. I mean, it's screwed up. It had to come in this form, but it is valuable.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I just have a sense that there has to be an out, and there has to be something that for those that get out, some kind of thing that makes it valuable to you when you finally get out. It's like it's kind of like you could say prison is a learning experience, right? I mean, some people go to prison and they come out with all kinds of skills that they didn't have, survival skills they never had before. a completely different understanding of violence. I mean, I'm not saying it's a good thing, but if you look at Earth is like this really chaotic, predatory, parasitic realm, and you get yourself out of here. It's because you've freed yourself from the abuse of this system, and now you're going to be a much more powerful, conscious being. So if that may be the only positive thing out of this whole mess. I don't see anything else that's positive about it. But that is, and I really don't know where Campbell comes up with some of this stuff. It's like Zachariah Sitchin, it's like these, and they write books and they go on talks and they give interviews. If somebody like me sits and listens to them and marvel and like, where are they coming up with this stuff?
Exactly.
They're talking with such authority, like they are idiots that think they're geniuses.
Yes.
Anyway, all right.
It's crazy. All right, so I think we only have very little left in this one, but we got some more.
Is what Linda started with, plus what Linda
Grew
added to it.
into.
That's
Linda
what
was something before
that's what
Linda
the core
Mm.
did.
Linda was something before Linda happened. So
Yeah.
what Linda is really is whatever that was, and then
Right. What she
whatever
added
that
to
was
it.
was whatever that
Right.
was.
Yeah.
So
All right, so let's move to the next one. And this is where okay. So now we're going to get into Tom discussing, wrong one. Tom discussing NDEs.
A near death, let's just jump to a near death and then we'll talk about the data, because now you're touching on this database that I was talking about, and I can explain why there is a database, why there has to be a database, and what that means to be able to access it. That's where Uncle Fred was. The guy came to greet you. He was basically a projection out of that database. Because everything we do, think, thought about doing but didn't, doesn't matter, every feeling, all of that is part of a database. And there's a reason why the system has to collect that data, and I'll get into that later.
Yeah. The reason is to deceive you.
But an NDE,
Well,
basically
hold on a
somebody
second.
who is...
Sorry, go ahead, Dan. Sorry.
So essentially, he's describing, oh God, he's basically saying this is a big data mining operation.
Yeah.
And what is data mining used for? It's used to make you the product.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Everybody knows that. If it's free to you, then you are the product.
Yep.
So yeah, well, and this may be the only time he's actually hit on something where he's right about something. Without even knowing it. What he's describing is a parasitic system that uses your information as a giant manipulation tool.
Yeah, and he's saying Uncle Fred, is just part of, that information, which, I think is, that's where I line. I think it's all bullshit. I don't think most, not all, but I think most people are not dealing with who they think they're dealing with in an NDE. That's just my opinion. You there, Dan?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I thought you were going to play more video.
All right,
Yeah.
sure.
Most people are not dealing with what they think they're dealing with, these NDEs. Could be the case. Seems to be that way. Parasitic manipulatory toolbox or machine of database of a database mining operation to use you as a product. or to exploit you as a product. The product. Maybe it is loose. It's maybe, I mean, it's one of those things, just like, it's the most plausible argument that I've heard. But that doesn't mean in a day it's true. There's all due respect to Mark and to Dan, and I think they realize that too. There's a big question marks with all this stuff. Especially if you go to the other side and you're seeing things that are not real or are just projections or illusions. That's fairly disturbing to think about that. It's very manipulative. It's very kind of disheartening to think about. But it is what it is, right? If it is the truth. We're down to this game where we're like, is, you know, so we just say nothing's real, or we just, that's where we're at. You know, it's like, you know, is anything real? I mean, that rabbit's real. I know it's real. It eats and poops and eats grass and it pops around and it's got covered in fur and all that. And if I took my son's BB gun and took it out, I'd think, you know, I could make a pelt on his fur. I mean, it's real. But those lights up in the sky, who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? The physicists, the astrophysicists, they say so. NASA does. Of course, that doesn't mean anything. So, and then it really doesn't matter what the astrophysicist says either. So, and the physicists, and they talk about the super force, right? And it's fascinating. It's interesting, right? And it's like leads you to more questions. There's no definitive. Can't prove. You can't. They don't have the technology to prove the super force is real. I mean, the energy, the amount of energy that's required to prove it, they don't have anything adequate out there to make it happen. So who knows? Who the fuck knows? There was something he said in the beginning too that was good. Yeah, I'm starting to get worn out. Let's listen to this last part. And I'm only playing like 50 minutes of the 3 hours of, you know, go to Mark's channel once again and check it out and listen to the whole thing. It should make you think. Might make you cry. Make you get this might make you be a little more despairing of the situation. But I think at the end of the day, I still feel that knowing the truth is the best thing. Period. You know what I mean? I mean, it's at least it gives you a chance to maybe do something about the circumstance that you're in. At least the hope. Or it could just be all just total frustration. You know what I mean? Whatever.
Yeah. All right.
And there's a reason why the system has to collect that data, and I'll get into that later. But an NDE is basically somebody who is, they say, a near-death experience, but the body maybe dies for a little bit and then gets resuscitated. So when I say dies, I mean it goes past the point of where life could be supported at that state that the physical things in couldn't support life, but it doesn't mean that state can't be changed to where it can support life again. So people get in this spot where they're dead for a little bit, or if nothing else happened to bring them back, they would be dead. But something else happens and raises their potential for life back up positive again, and now they come back. So they are out there. Remember I said when you die, you kind of come awake and you say, oh, where am I? You know, what's going on here? Well, they end up in that state, in the, where am I and what's going on here? And the way the system works is they start into the transition. So they get something positive. Maybe they see a light. And, you know, the reason, so it's like, well, the light says, so come on, come here. We've been waiting for you. You can have a good time here. You're really going to like it. You know, it starts positive. And most of the NDEs are positive. You know, that's typically the way they are. They'll see dead relatives. They'll have an experience with the bright light that is nothing but love, you know, and they'll get consumed and connected to this. Well, all that is them experiencing the larger consciousness system, them experiencing consciousness at its best, at a low entropy consciousness. And when they do that, of course, that's a life-changing experience. When you do that, you lose all the sense of I, who you are, and you become one with everything. And it's such a I don't know what to say, profound experience that it changes people. They see this light, they become part of it, and then they're one with all. And there's nothing but love. They're just experiencing the system and how the system sees things. And that's given to them just to show them kind of the heart or the core of what consciousness is all about. And then they pat them on the butt and send them back into the game. It says, you're not gonna die. Go back there.
Yeah, but there is a segment that don't want to come back. And I think that a large majority that do end up coming back would have preferred to stay, but perhaps they didn't verbalize that when they're sharing their experience. And how there are these loved ones most of the time, or situations that appear to manipulate them into coming back. I mean, one of the biggest things out there is that, I didn't want to come back. And there are all sorts of examples of whether someone's, Christ, I've seen crazy examples of, a mother who just gave birth, like, she has complications giving birth. Oh, my husband's down there. He'll take care of the baby. No problem. Like, it's like they're just so overly consumed and concentrated on the euphoric love bomb rush that's occurring, and that they are obviously free of their meat suit, that, like, the care and thought for what's going on down here doesn't exist nearly as much. And that's not to say that they don't care about their loved ones. It's just that they are in a situational moment where they're being manipulated by a love bomb. I mean, it's a literal drug dealer. My opinion, of course.
Yes, and there's a lot to unpack in this short clip. First thing is the whole, what I think is garbage, is this, I'm one with everything else.
Yes.
Okay, first of all, there's no way that I am one with Tom Campbell, okay? Okay. I mean, let's follow this stuff to its logical conclusion. I'm one with everything else. I'm not one with serial killers. I'm not one with rapists and murderers and all these other bad, really, really bad beings out there. I'm not one with any of them. Again, he just spouts this stuff out. It doesn't. My theory is that we can network into everything. When a computer can network into a network, and it becomes connected to all the other computers, but it never loses its own identity. If it becomes unplugged, it's still there. And I think that's how consciousness works. I think it works as an individualized unit of consciousness. You are a being in your own right, you're your own kind of universe, contained all in yourself. And then, of course, when you're out of body, you have all these other powers awaken, like telepathy, and you're in a non-linear time state. I mean, there's all this stuff going on. You have a memory wipe, so you don't remember a lot of stuff. So it's easy to manipulate you in that state because you're still holding on to your old human avatar identity. I don't see. The love bomb to me is like a drug. It's like it's like something that washes over you to make you compliant, to make you basically want to give in to whatever is trying to influence you. I mean, I'm just looking at it. That's the way I see it.
I'm with you.
He a lot of stuff that Campbell says, he just says, as a matter of fact, based on what data? Who's patting me on the back, Tom?
Yeah. Pat you on the back and send you back. Yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah.
Who is doing that?
He just skips over that.
Yeah. Why would Now, most people have been programmed here. Their consciousness is so embedded with this concept of an authority that the moment, I mean, there's all kinds of experiments. I think in the 50s, I forget the name of some of these experiments, but there's a classic one where they simply had a person dressed in normal clothes giving, I think, directions to people. And some people just wouldn't listen because he was just dressed like, he was a nobody. Then they put him in a milk delivery uniform or something like that. It has the same kind of concept as a cop uniform. You have your hat with your, like that uniform hat. It's a uniform. And they had people getting instructions from this person. They would just listen. They were so programmed with obedience and authority that they would just obey.
Yeah.
They wouldn't question it. So imagine that baggage, that psychological luggage, coming with you into the afterlife, and then whatever is patting people on the back.
Good game. Good game.
Like, get back in there. I'm telling you because you're supposed to listen to me. I purged myself of that nasty programming. There is no such thing as authority. There's coercion, force, violence, but there's no authority.
Yep.
So once you get that out of your head, and then in the afterlife where you're kind of like on more even footing, where there is no force, I think, that can, once you're out of body, the options to be used against you are, I think, much more limited, if maybe not even existent at all. Because
they are. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just think that your intention, your imagination, even in Monroe's book, I think he was being bothered by these little imp creatures at one point, and while he was out of body, he just imagined him projecting like electrical sparks or something, and these things just got zapped, and then they went away. That's somewhere in one of his books, if I remember right. I'm paraphrasing.
Intention does it. I mean, I've actually experienced it where you can will things out of existence, and your intention is clear. It's instantaneous. Like if you want to be out of a situation, you can do it. Now, if you're under the influence in doing things like that, it's not as easy because there's still some. It's just not as easy. You're not as clear-headed, or you're not as loose.
Not as loose, not as clear-headed. Anyways, you can listen. All right, so let me do this first. So, a couple things. Oneness. There's no oneness. Like you said, there's a lot of people I'm not one with, and what they think about what they do, what they believe in. Turns out to be a vast majority of humanity. Turns out to be. Never planned on that. It's interesting because me growing up, I was one of these persons that always wanted to please everybody, and I always wanted to fit in and belong. And now I'm just like, God, I hope I never fit in. This willing things out of existence, that's an interesting one. And then also, who's patting us on the backs to get back in the game, huh? Those are a few points. Let's see, that's a good question. Who's encouraging us to keep coming back here and come back here and come back here, if there is such a thing as reincarnation? And we are in a soul trap matrix of some sort, which seems pretty plausible to me, but doesn't mean anything because it's contingent on a belief system instead of knowing for 100%. So anyways, but back to this thing, if there is that going on, then what entities and what beings are keep on patting us on our backs to keep coming back into this shit show? It's something to think about. Or if it's just for one time, let's just say it's just one time, but still it applies. What thing, what entity, what being thought this is such a great idea? what force, though this is such a great idea, to have us all come here once, go through this show. Because if it's just, like a lot of like nihilists say, it's just, it's just nothing, but we just come here, born, we eat shit and die, and make babies, and that's about it. And you know what I mean? Live, eat, But then the Christians, then they have their false answer, right? As long as you believe in Jesus, then you're going to go to the New Jerusalem, right? That heavenly realm that's the shape of a fucking box. A cube, that is. But you have openings just like an ant cage to come in and out. Ant trap, I should say. And then this thing, about willing things out of existence. With 2017, when I had the 3 days of absolute terror, when I first started with an entity that looked like a fucking Bigfoot. And, I was thinking about things. A couple things going on there. And when the end of the third day at 3 a.m, right, when I was woken, I was sleeping with my son in his bed because I was worried about him, right? And there was something on my front porch. I didn't want to think about it. What it sounded like was little feet walk or back and forth, like. People talk about when they see these things called Bigfoot or these shadow people, then a lot of times they have these smaller entities. In fact, I filmed them as well. Smaller entities, right? Was it a smaller entity? Or was it this thing that my neighbor ended up seeing 20 minutes later as he pulled in our backyard with this really tall dude and a really tall, big dude in a black hoodie? That's what he saw it as. And he didn't want to, I don't see why he would not see it any other way, right? This guy never thought about Bigfoot in his life, so. But, was it his fingers that were running back and forth my front porch? Mind you, whatever it was, it ended up banging into stuff and all that. And what happened was, we talk about this will things out of existence. I got out of bed. I was so fucking mad after 3 days and praying to Jesus and hoping that Jesus was going to help. And I convinced myself that the name and the blood of Jesus did it. But looking back, what happened was I got really fucking mad and I started F-bombing the thing and telling it to get the fuck out of here, right? And you know what? It started running back and forth and banging into shit. And next thing you know, it's running away and it hasn't been around since. At least to harass me. I still film these things in my neighbors' yards and in their trees and in my neighborhood and stuff like that. But I think you film the same damn things too if you so choose and you put your intent into it. Then these things are all over the place. And they don't all look like human beings, but some are hooded beings. They look like human beings. Other things, look like dwarfs. Other things look like Bigfoot. And other things, look like that thing behind me with the... So I think the power of our intent, I think there is something to it. And I think the biggest thing is to get a little pissed off about things, but in a constructive way, right? And not at war with everybody else. You have to understand that everyone else is a victim, all right? Even though I'm not one with everybody. I'm not one with the violent people and the people who are in the war or in politics for that matter, or religious. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean I don't care for them. You don't have to be one with people to not have empathy, compassion, and care about them. Now, once you realize the only thing is oneness that we have is that we've all been shafted and screwed, and we're all here. That's the thing. That's oneness. All right. That we're all in this trap, one way or the other. If there's nothing in the afterlife, then it's just nothing. Then we're still trapped in this freaking alleged ball hurtling through space. I mean, maybe we ought to start. The problem is, here's the thing: you talk about all day long about you got to unify, we got to do this, and we got to do that. And they know they can't do it, and that's the reason why things like the Roman Catholic Church and the imperial state religion of Catholicism and Christianity exist, because they know we can't unify. We can't fight against them. Might is right. And so they understand the universal laws of violence. You talked about this whole thing about there's no authority, it's just coercion and force and violence. But you know what? That's the thing. That's what makes the authority. It's the coercion, the force, and the violence. So at the end of the day, there actually is authority. In the flesh realm. But, I do agree with him in another sense, because I do believe that the most important thing we can do is to learn to be able to say no to all these different cults and religions and institutions and all the constructs that have been thrown at us, and say, you know what? No, I'm not going to just blindly believe anything. I don't care where the data is, because it's come from fucking human beings that are deceived. You know what I mean? We're all being screwed with. So what's the data? And so it's a personal choice. I know one thing. If I get on the other side, I'm not going to be, oh, thank God you guys finally. I'm going to be reminded what they put me through for 56 years plus, or whatever long I live. Probably the son of a bitches will make me live till I'm 120. But you know what? The thing is, not only me, and you say it's, you're upset about your own life. No, I'm more upset about my niece that I took care of for 8 years or less, for 9 years, and that last year because they damaged me with the swine flu jibby jab. I had to watch her be poisoned and neglected by the Sunside Children's Home, and you're damn right I'm going to mention that over and over again, because she ended up dying from sepsis from them not cleaning her damn G-tube properly and not taking care of her. But even then, it didn't matter, because she should have been, the cruelest fucking thing is I had to every single day watch this girl who was paralyzed, head down. The only thing she could do was smile, cry, laugh, and move her eyes back and forth, and that was fucking it. And it was, oh yeah, it's all genetic. Fuck you if it is. My dad was fucking this all-state tailback in high school. He played for Army in 1950, the number of the best school you could fucking play for in the country. Survived the Korean War. My mom could paint a Rembrandt and a Rubens. I didn't come from bad genes. And I guarantee you didn't either. But something along the way decided to fucking fuck us all up. Somebody thought it was a great idea to poke us here, there, and weaken us and do all this kind of stuff. And you know what? The forces that are around us just seem to enjoy it. Seem to really get a kick out of the fact that we do all this suffering and have all this insanity in our lives. Because if they're all that powerful in any way, shape, and form, then why don't they do something about it? If there's any empathy, after all, these are these masters. These are these, adepts. These are these wise counsels on the other side, right? What if they are real? I mean, what are they doing having us come back here over and over again and just suffer? It says a lot, doesn't it, when you think about it? If there is anything on the other side, including our ancestral spirits and generational spirits and all that, and they don't intervene in any way, shape, or form and stop all this insanity, if they have the power, that says something. And now, if they don't have the power, this says something too. That means that when they get to the other side, and if there is something on the other side, you give them the finger and say, you know what, I ain't going to fucking follow you guys at all. Because the only thing you have power to do is send me back here? Well, geez, that's like the governments and the school and saying I had to go to college and get a debt off my ass and spend pay to my a mortgage on a freaking worthless piece of paper just to get on the damn bus. And still, you know what? Didn't know how to do anything. Still had to learn it on the job. How to fucking do the job, because you didn't learn anything in higher education. Didn't learn fuck. Some of you did, but the vast majority of us, we just wasted our time getting this broader education and a broader debt to pay for the rest of your life. Well, I told my son, I said, you know what? I don't agree with the military at all, but you might as well join the Air Force and and have them pay for your freaking school so you don't have to be in that burden. If you can survive the 4 or 8 years, whatever it's going to take, maybe you'll make a living out of it. Maybe you'll like it. Who knows? Just go join the Air Force and get some skills and meet some people. Either way, you're fucked. I'd say you're fucked. But either way, we are fucked. You know what I mean? You might as well try to make the most of it. We live in a violent world, a violent country. You know, it's guaranteed you're going to be forced to. You know, I live in the street I live in, the Memorial Day parade goes right by, and all the other parades, and it's always the same thing. It's got military guys and the police force and the fire department, and then all the the marching bands and their fascist marching orders. To learn to take orders. I'm just like, I can't believe I'm living this world. I cannot believe there's no way you can convince me that I agreed to come here. I know Mark said earlier, yeah, but we did. I don't know about that. There's just either way, it's up to you to make your own belief and what you want about what we done or what everyone else has done. But my mom even said I was kicking and screaming in her fucking womb. She said she never had a more, tough child to deliver, because and she said it never wanted to be. She's always said it was overly sensitive and overly aware of what the fuck's going on for the kid from the get-go. She always says, you're too sensitive. I'm like, well, I can't help it if I notice what's going on. Why can't I find someone to fucking talk to about this stuff? Why do you think I do this stuff? You think I do this so I'm hoping that I can come some fucking internet personality, some freaking content creator and make a living off this? Fuck no. I do this for therapy because there's no one to talk to about this shit. Who am I going to, you're my sounding board. Sorry, but you are my sounding board. And I appreciate if anyone who does listen to me, the few of you. And it doesn't matter. It all just means be one. You know what I mean? Just one that hears what I have to say. You don't even have to agree with it. Just the fact that you're listening to me, I appreciate that. It's cathartic. It's healing in a way, strangely, because this kind of me talking this way. How am I talking to my siblings, the neighbor? I got one friend, Eric, who comes and goes in my life, but it always ends up the same thing. He drinks too damn much and fucking sabotages the goddamn relationship, so you can't. And anyways, you know what? He has his side to say stuff, so it's just like, it's just he's where he's at, I'm where I'm at. And the thing is, this is the problem. For me, I see the problem as clear as day. We don't know where the fuck we're at. We don't know why we're here. We don't even know if the people that are telling us the stuff is true or not. Nobody knows. When it makes sense to me that the Looshy thing and all that, I call it the Looshy farm. You know what I mean? Because it makes sense. But in a month, 2 months, I might say, "Oh, I was wrong about that too." Fuck, it's wrong about every goddamn thing. The only thing I know for certain in the past 7 years, the past 12 years of doing this journey, is that something that looks like Bigfoot exists. But I can know one thing: I can't count on Bigfoot communities to know what that fucking thing is. I can't even count on my own damn self to fucking find. You know what? I can't even count on the entities and beings around me to say, "Hey, this is what's really going on." I can't. And then if something did show up and started mind speaking to me, you know what? I'd be like, "Fuck! This is great." Now it's like a $1 short and a day late, buddy. Fucking showing up now. Thanks a lot. I mean, why didn't you show up fucking 6 years ago? And while you're at it, why didn't you tell my neighbors about it and my siblings and everybody else what the hell you are and what the hell's going on? Oh, they weren't ready for it. They're not worthy. It's the same old fucking lies. You weren't fucking ready for it, but because you guys created the situation so that we never be ready for it. First of all, by giving us meat suits that are fucking as flawed as they freaking can be. All I can say is thank God, when you're young and chicks look pretty, there'd be no reproduction at all. Now I look at those pretty young girls and say, God, there's a heartbreak waiting to happen. I feel sorry for the son of a gun. I really do. I feel sorry for her too. I mean, I can understand the woman's side of things. Geez, I mean, yeah, I mean, we'll just make them so that it's that extreme pain and suffering in childbirth, and we'll make sure that it lasts a long fucking time, man, and that those consequences last forever. And the boobies get saggy and everything else. I mean, honestly, would you honestly create a place like this if you were the creator of this place? Would you, if you had a, I mean, most of us have some semblance of a conscience. There's just no way we would create this place the way it is. I mean, what's the point? So this sensory, tactile experience of knowing what it's like to take a poop, pee, have an orgasm, what? To sweat, to wake up in the morning with stinky breath, with smell ass gas, whatever the hell it is. What is it that we're supposed to be missing out? I don't see it. I think that they must have lied so bad to us to convince us that this was going to be some kind of experience to even come down here. Oh, but you see, if you wouldn't know. Thanks. I think I would do perfectly fine with never not knowing what hell is like. Oh, you don't know that because it can get worse. I can just see it on their side. This is what they'll be doing too, right? And then they'll have this light show, and he's like, look, you're in hell now. Or look at this, the demons and everyone tortured you. And if you just would have believed, and really, I mean, couldn't you have at least given a clear fucking story? That's what I'm asking them. What kind of story? Nothing but contradictions and look at the results of your magical man, your magical Messiah. I mean, come on. I mean, whatever is going on the other side, one thing I'm prepared to do is not believe a damn thing anybody says presents to me. That's what I'm prepared to do. I'm prepared when I go to the other side and I see these things that are looking behind me. I can say, I've already seen you guys before. I know what you are. And I don't give a fuck. We can't do anything. What are you going to do to me? You do the same thing you've done to me 1,000 times before? Well, great. That's wonderful. I'm going to give them the big middle finger or something to go fuck off. That's what, that's what I learned. Then they actually respect that. Whereas Bigfoot or these, paranormal, these poltergeists and everything else. They say, listen, you know what? I deserve better. Go bugger off and do something else. And yeah, go bugger off, do something else. Who are you to be freaking leeching on me and ruining my life? What the hell I ever do to you? They love people. I noticed when they were just infatuated with my being in my presence when I was calling on the name of Jesus. In fact, I learned last year too, there's power that, calling on the Lord of all spirits. And you do that real loud, and guess what? All of a sudden you start feeling a whole bunch of quote unquote things that present themselves as spirits. I think it's they see, there's a sucker, man. We got somebody to mess with us. Are they all evil? I don't know if that's the right word to call these things. I honestly think they're trapped in their own little parallel universe. They're fucked too. You know what I mean? I think a lot of times when you have these manifestations, I don't think they even wanted it to happen. I think themselves have been forced into doing it. Why? It's logical, right? If we're all forced to have all these stupid experiences, whether it's war and famine, starvation, the crap, so you say you're not starving, but you're eating frickin' the shit food and having shit brain and shit memory and shit experiences with the people at work or your family or, you know what I mean, at the grocery store. I mean, it's, no, you'll be the lucky person today to get in a really bad accident and be paralyzed from the head down. Thank God that happened to me. Oh, I can't wait to praise the Lord for that. I mean, I can't wait to praise the Lord for the 56 years of suffering he put me through and all the other people that I ever loved and what they went through. God, thank God. Oh, yes, I saved you. You have eternal life. You could have been in hell. Really? I mean, you know what? Your papa's a dick, man. He's like the worst human being entity that ever was. Well, you're going to hell for that. Oh, really? So here we go once again. If you're honest about anything, you get punished for it. So in this world, in the physical realm, you get punished for being honest. If you go to the other side, you get punished for being honest. There's something fucking wrong with this creation. How dare you be honest about anything? You have no right to be honest about anything. Don't you know who we are? We're the Ascended Masters. Hey, Paula M., how's it going? I hear you, Michael. I've been more of a state of confusion lately. Recently realized how controlled the truther movement is, and I'm trying to find my own feet too. Yeah, I can relate with that. Oh my God, I can relate. Deception upon deception. It is. The damn place is like a landmine field of one freaking line of BS after another. And you know what? And the only thing you learn is in all this is just how evil this fucking place is. So then once you know this and say, well, you need to stop focusing on stuff. And I say, well, it's always going to be there now because now you know the truth. You know what I mean? You know the truth. You know how evil this fucking place is. You know how deceitful this whole place is. How rigged it all is. And then you're just like, well, what do? They keep my mouth shut? I think that's exactly what they want us to do. I don't got to keep my mouth shut. I got nothing to lose. What do I got to gain? What do I got to gain by keep my mouth shut about this stuff? So what if I'm not popular? Who gives a shit? At least I have clean conscience and I would do the best I could to say, hey, listen, there's something seriously wrong with this fucking place. And we shouldn't be so happy and gleeful and cheery about the whole damn thing. We should be like asking some serious questions. I'm going to start with the imaginary God that we have. If it is, what entity is this? It's, what kind of entity needs to be worshipped? Meanwhile, threatening to be worshipped. Not very strong entity when you think about it. It really isn't. In order for you to believe in me, guess what? I'm going to torture you if you don't? I mean, what? So, of course, then you say, look, it's not real. Okay, why doesn't the things that are on the other side make this very clear? Why not? And people say, well, they're not ready for it. Well, who the fuck are they to say who's ready or not? Who's out there to say who's ready or not to know the truth? Why do they have to make it so difficult to even acquire the truth? And then when you find it semblance of truth, these entities in the world punishes you for it. Unless you keep your mouth shut about it. If you keep your mouth shut about it, then everything's cool. Everything's okie dokie. As long as you keep your mouth shut about it. Just don't say a damn thing to anybody. Just live your life, Maybe in the next 20, 30 years, I'll bring some chick in your life or a man in your life. And for 6 months or 3 months, what will happen is you have this illusion of love and fantasy. And then you know what we'll do? We'll cause extreme pain and suffering to happen from that magnificence of loose that we got from it. For your reward for producing the purest form of loose love, guess what we're going to do? Your significant other is going to end up with cancer, or it's going to leave you, or it's going to, whatever is going to steal everything from you, or whatever it's going to be. It's always going to be something like that. Once in a while, there's that one. You see, this is what they do too. How this place is set up. They let just enough people to have a halfway decent semblance of a relationship, so that when you see them, there's hope that you yourself are going to have that relationship. Yep. Who do they think they are saying we are not ready? It is controlling. It's incredibly manipulative, right? Yeah, absolutely. You know what I mean? And if we're not ready, whose fault is it really? Oh, it's your fault. You haven't read enough freaking books. You haven't, read what Hermes said, say, Tremiscus, I can't say his last name. You know what I'm saying? Or, you should have Pan what he had to say, or you should have Nordic gods, or you should have listened to the wise, witches and wizards of Endor, or what, I guess it's Endor, is that not the right thing? Whatever the hell is, what's it called? The Welsh. Yeah, the folklore, or the Native American, right? My first, a big chunk of me is Ojibwe. So maybe it should have been my elders. I should have listened to my elders. Until I realized I really don't have any elders either. I don't have anybody. I just don't have anybody. And so he's just like, who am I supposed to listen to? Well, then he said, start listening to yourself. Well, I did. And guess what myself said? Holy shit, I'm caged like a caged rat. I really am caged like a caged rat. I live in a freaking prison. Starting with the meat suit that my essence is in. My true essence is in. I'm in the meat suit, this body. And what's really disturbing about it, there's billions of other people that have it worse off than I do. That's not acceptable in any way, shape, or form if you have the slightest bit of a conscience. How is it that this entity, this loving, pure essence, this being, this, whether you believe it's God or it's the source, or the wonderful source is allowing entities and institutions like the Vatican or the Washington D.C. or the British Crown to just keep on freaking enslaving us and don't do a damn thing about it. Well, it's up to us. Oh, great! Except you don't even give it this thing, this force, this whole place is designed so you're never even going to rebel against this stuff. And if you do rebel against it, big pain's coming. Big brother, with his big stick, he's going to be beating on you, and he causing things even worse. So either you take the slow cut, the slow death, or we'll make it fast and brutal for you. We might even put you in concentration camps again, or FEMA camps, or whatever the hell it is. Or just at least the threat of it, right, is enough to make people go, oh my God, I don't want to do it. But then again, if you did do anything about it, you know what? What's going to happen? Let's look at the American Revolution. Most people think that America won the American Revolution. The Americans did it, right? And it was, the revolutionaries. They're the ones that won the... No, they didn't win anything. The average man that fought in the war, they came back to losing their freaking farms, their families, and everything. They don't talk about that. And when they do talk, and when you choose to learn about how about the Paris Treaty of 1783, in which the terms of the Revolution and War were dictated. And guess what? It wasn't Benjamin Franklin and all the other esquires, because esquires are still serve the crown. They didn't do shit. You know what? All they did is make sure their class of people had a little more piece of the pie. That's all they did. By the way, the king dictated all the fucking terms. Guess who still owns the mineral rights, the mining rights? Basically the land. And sure the hell ain't you. And it's not I. All right? And then you got this, I was just talking about against you, just so you remember something. When you hear all this stuff about the millions of people flooding the southern border, the one institution is making a freaking killing off it is Roman Catholic Church. If you knew the billions upon billions of the, probably close to $1 trillion they've been rewarded and paid for. And why are they bringing them over here? Oh, because we're going to have a civil war. I imagine they might have that, but it's just a sideshow, just a justification. The fact of the matter is, the real issue is that it's always been the case that there's been a little tug and war thing going on between the British Crown, the oligarchs, the other monarchies, and the Vatican, which is the most powerful monarchy in the world. And they're taking it over. And they think it's all just a religious institution, and it's far from that. But they'll beat that into the next 2 or 3 generations because they have a long history to know how to do that. And apparently these entities that control this place have said, yeah, these are the guys. These are the guys. These are the guys that we want control in this joint. Yeah, it's awesome. It's not a religion. And most people think that Christianity is simply a fucking religion. It's far from it. It's the state religion. What does that mean? That's what they spoon feed us. We, the pleb, the profane, the slave class. This is what you get. This is what your hope is. Even though it's a Greek demigod, it's a egregore, it's a made up fictional person that has no evidence. There's no historical evidence anywhere. Even the mention in Josephus is plagiarized and put in freaking 400 years later. It's well established. And then on top of it, when you really look at it, he's not even talking about Jesus Christ, the same person. I mean, no one knew about this entity, that amazing healer that healed all the people everywhere he went. And nobody, I mean, no historian ever wrote about him. I mean, you would think that would be like the biggest freaking thing in the damn world. But guess who did hand that story over to us? Yeah, the elites, Rome, because you know what? They saw the power of the fantasy of a messianic figure that's going to save you. People thought it was going to be Donald Trump. Donald Trump's going to save you. Donald Trump's not going to save you. Donald Trump is just as much an insider as Biden is. Damn, the guy said, he admitted, he said, I grew up just across the street from where the Al Smith dinner is at. He went to like an uber elite freaking high school, military high school. He has been privileged beyond belief. And if it is even close to being true about his uncle, who supposedly was the one guy who somehow got Tesla's papers, now I really starting to think. And then don't forget about Jeffrey Epstein, and buddies with him, man. But don't worry about it, because if from one, you get a choice between two sick perverts and pedophiles who both serve the same master. And apparently, nobody has a problem with any of it, except those who are the truthers, and they find out about it. And this whole thing that truthers, that like starting in the beginning, they said some terrible thing. Is the truther movement that's got me to this point and got the thousands of other people to get to this point. So the truther movement is important, and you have to go through these different layers of indoctrination to realize how badly you've been deceived. And at the end of the day, yeah, there is no answer to any of it. The truther movement is not going to fix a damn thing. Right? The political system is not going to fix a damn thing. The religious things, I don't even know if talk about this soul trap matrix is going to fix anything. I don't. All I know is seems the most rational, logical thing at this point, to me, is what we're dealing with. It's either that, we only have, my book, we only have two, I only can see two options. Either we really are just some genetic floppy, or that was forced here to do whatever we're supposed to do and left here, abandoned here on this piece of rock, and we just nothing more than meat suits. And or there is some spiritual essence, and we keep coming back here somehow, some way, because of what, like Marx says, the data says. But still, at the end of the day, data's come from people. And since people just to get a semblance of truth about anything and then when you think you got it, something else shows up to challenge it, and you're like, how much do I know the truth about anything? Do I have any idea what's going on in Washington, D.C.? No, even if I did live in Washington, even if I was like a senator, I wouldn't know what the hell the other guy's doing. I mean, Jesus Christ. So, nobody knows what they're doing, except one thing we do see is that, they're shipping in a whole bunch of Latin Americans, and they're probably, offering, a better life. and they're Roman Catholic, and they're increasing their voting base, so they have absolute total control. It's all an illusion, you understand. That's where the control comes from, is that right? To have the power, and then if the illusion, the sorcery doesn't work, then we get the big sticks to beat you with. Just what happened to our ancestors, those of us who have European blood in us. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what happened to them. And they'll call it communist, this or that, you know what I mean, fascism, but it's all the same damn thing. It's the oligarchs and the plutocracy just, you know, abusing and screwing with the slaves. Anyways, so my thing is, we should look into this Looshy thing. We should look into this soul trap matrix thing, and maybe somebody who's a little bit brighter than us will add in some data points to make it even clearer. There's something going on, because this place does just not, there's nothing right about it. And once you know this stuff, I mean, they could throw the hottest woman with all the money in the world, and she really fucking loves me, and she's really, really, you know what? It's not going to change the fact of what I fucking know, what I've seen, and what I've experienced. And I think it's so sinister about this whole situation. Another one of the sinister elements of this creation is it takes you 50, 60 years to start waking up. Maybe even the earlier generations, it took you 30 or 40 years, but you're only going to live 50 years anyways, if you're lucky. And now, you know, we live 70 or 80 years now, and we live a bit longer. But in the end of the day, I mean, it's just extended adolescence, and just for the system to produce allegedly more Looshy. So then we're just like screwed, you know what I mean? And it sounds really negative, but it's the truth, you know, and we could try to pretend otherwise and say, oh no, we can fix this. We can all fix it. We just unite, be one, be together. Oh, at some point, if they get their way, the meat suits walking around here will be all one. I guarantee you that, because they want full dominance of everything about us. So we're nothing, and will always be nothing but useful slaves to the machine. I'm not just talking about the human beings. I'm not just talking about the oligarchs and the ruling percent, 1 to 5%, whatever that crap is. Because something has allowed them to get away with this stuff. Nothing's intervening at all in any way, shape, or form. You can call it Satan all you want, but I'm sorry, Satan couldn't do anything without the permission of his God. I don't believe it's Satan, but if you want to call it Satan, go ahead. But you're going to try to blame an entity that apparently has more power than God. The true God, right? The supposed real God. So, you know, I mean, these are just things to think about. And I'm not trying, you know, and people say, you can't stop talking about that God stuff. No, I ain't going to stop talking about that. You got to understand that there's billions upon billions upon people that have this notion that some God's going to save them, and there ain't no God that's going to save you. So probably the smart thing to do is starting to figure out how you're going to endure this sentence and find some way, if it's possible, if there's something on the other side, never to come back again. Because that's about the only thing that's going to be worth a damn. Because the system is designed not to tell you where you came from. They can't tell you why you're even fucking here. And the system is very deliberate in keeping you from knowing what's on the other side. In fact, it's so designed you don't even know what the fuck's going on in your own goddamn life. You think you do. Think you got good bead on life until something shows up and remind you you're just as vulnerable as that guy that's begging on the corner of the street. You're just a freaking paycheck away. You know you are. It's just bullshit. The whole damn place is so. Hey, those who listen to, thanks. I don't know if you got any great answers, great. But you know, this whole thing about love and unity, we're all one. I'm not gonna buy into that stuff. I know better than that. That's not gonna happen. what we need is to find some way to actually reboot of this meat suit that we're in right now, and some amazing, not only psychic change happens, but some physiological thing changes within all of us so that we can actually snap out of the delusion that we're in. Until that happens, I don't see anything changing here. It's just going to be the same old, same old. It's just going to be repackaged with different names and different locations, but it's all always going to be the same. Somewhere around this place, there's going to be, human sacrifice going on, one way or another, and we just there was one for Keith Hansen, Visigoth. He's pretty much one of the last things we were talking about. He said, the most important thing is just hang your head low and just stay out of trouble. Just avoid getting involved and just try to survive it. It just comes down to it. And it's like, maybe in the end of the day, that's the truth. Maybe that's what our ancestors figured out as well. Maybe they were off with it. You know what I mean? And now it sounds a little hopeless, but what's the point of the hopium? What is it doing for us? It's just causing us to waste another precious day. Wasting our freaking energy and the latest movement, or sure, you want to call it limited hangouts, but this is all it is. We're all stuck in our own limited hangouts. Whether it's family or your relationship with your spouse, your children, work, it's all limited. One limited hangout after another. And just and the way the system is designed is to remind you every freaking day that it's your fault. Well, if there's one thing I want to tell people, if they've gone this far and listened, if there's one thing I want to say to the rest of the world, and people can say, oh, this is wrong, it's not your fault. Don't take responsibility. As much as everybody else wants to try, it's not your fault. I'm sorry. Even if it's you agreed upon this, it's not your fault. Because if you really would know what's going on, you could no way in a million years accept it. How could you possibly accept to come to a place where you know that there are innocent young children right now in hospitals dying from cancer and all sorts of rare diseases? Some innocent child just got wounded, some dude shot him. On and on it goes. And it's not just this place, it's in the United States. No, there is no way in a million years that I would ever tell anybody that it was one of the most heartless things I ever heard from the New Age movement. You said to come here, you agreed to this. No, I didn't. You can't. The data doesn't prove it one way or another. Just because people claim that, or there's religious institutions that say, no, and you could believe that if you want. This is one thing where I differ with Mark. There ain't no fucking way that anybody and any of us would agree to this stuff if we knew what we're going to be put ourselves through. I don't buy it into as well. I don't buy into we all one. I don't either. Never could wrap my head around it. I'm not one with the cycles. Jeez. There's no way I could ever be one with Stalin or with, hell, for that matter, Winston Churchill or whoever it may be. Can you imagine hanging out with George Washington? Jeez. The giant ego that dude must have had. Jeez. Benjamin Franklin, really? I mean, at first it might seem like a really cool thing until you realize what an egomaniac, what a deceiving snake he really was. You're like, shit. No, I didn't choose to be here. I didn't choose at all that I would spend 56 years of pain and suffering and heartache. With once in a while, I mean, always, this is how the system works, at least for me. And other guys, it all depends on how they set you up. Because I know there's another guy, which I haven't talked to you, but the woman who cut my hair, we know each other. And the reason why she cuts my hair is because I know him. Good looking dude 20 years ago, right? 20 years ago, even 15 years ago, 10 years ago. Every damn woman wanted him. Plus, he is rich and now he was always guaranteed to have the cocaine and everything else, right? He looks like living hell now. And he's all alone and up in his high rise. Apparently, he's got some little illegitimate kid that he's been getting images of that looks just like him. And I'm thinking to myself, you know what? It's just, it doesn't matter. It's like, it's not an illusion. So this dude had everything. He had literally, dad was a millionaire, had a business to hand over to him. Got everything going for him, right? As far as externally, but he's a drug addict and he just couldn't get his shit together. Right? I'm not knocking him, and I didn't bring up his name because there's millions of guys like him. There's me too. I mean, I was a drunk for 3 years, and even if it wasn't one, I still had fucking issues since the get go. You know what I mean? And total fucked up from being fucked up from my parents and the community I was in, the isolation of suburbia in America. You think if he was, well, at least he lived in suburbia. He could have lived in, in inner city or whatever. Yeah, you're right. It all sucks. But my sucky existence was that I had a dad that reminded me every single day how much I hated my guts. What possessed him to think that was the right thing to do? I don't know. Sometimes he never did can explain it to me. I know there was a time when I was born that mom and dad were both cheating on each other. Maybe that's the reason why. Maybe he thought I was an illegitimate son, but man, I look an awful lot like my dad for being an illegitimate son. So, but it didn't matter, you know what I mean? It's in his head, you know what I mean? And I'm thinking to myself in retrospect and go, what the kind of hell did my dad go through? The secret hell that man went through. And what kind of entity or what kind of entities or what kind of places that make it okay for him to go through that hell? For my mom to go through the hell she went through? That see my siblings, my little brother, the hell that he went through? My niece, and on it goes. And my aunt, I can't even get to her. And she's freaking, 80, almost 90 years old, and she's all by herself. Her husband died. And I'm just like, and she's just there, and and she probably lived till she's freaking 100, all alone, with her thoughts going mad. And I'm just thinking, this is just sick. This whole fucking place is. How is it's okay that we treat our elders like they're freaking pariah, that they're the worst things that ever were? I'm telling you, I mean, most people when they're my age and older, they die alone. And it's usually a many, many year alone, staring at the idiot box or the radio, or maybe if they have some ambition, maybe they'll start a craft, or maybe if they're one of the really lucky ones, maybe they'll teach something, or they'll be forced to teach Sunday school or whatever. Even though by that time, if you're 60, 70 years old and you're teaching Sunday school, you got to be lying to the kids. So only sociopaths would do that. So, I mean, it's just sick, the whole damn situation. And then they say, well, then take yourself out. Why should I? Why should I be the one to do that? And then when the time comes, I will take myself out, and I'll do it my own way. I'll be my own man about it. I'm not going to have some nursing home or some wizard in his black, wizard suit with his white collar come and freaking curse me to come back here again, with hopes at least, right? Oh, Mary will save you. Okay. Can you imagine it? I mean, I swear if I saw Mary, that'd be the first woman I've ever been abusive to. If Mary shows up on the other side, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give her a piece of my mind. I've never touched a woman. I never have. I've had women beat on me. I never had to touch a woman, right? And it's true, man. I had enough sense to call the police. That's what I did. I said, I know better. I'm glad I made those decisions too, because I got a friend who made the wrong decision and spent 5 years in prison for it, even though she was beating on him too, as well. Regardless, it's just the whole place sucks. It's stupid. But if there is this Mary figure, this entity that's called Mary, if you want to call it Sophia or whatever, Sophia, you're bad. If you're real, I mean, you're just really awful and really powerless. I mean, I could go on and on. I think you get the point. The point is this place is not what it's been sold to be, and that I think it's important to come to terms with this. If there's going to be any chance at all of changing things, I would not be surprised, the same token, that the time, if we were to wake up en masse, that they have the Great Reset thing like they do probably 1,000 other times in history, where they have some cataclysmic event, set us back in the Stone Ages, and have us start all over again. Keep that Looshy production going. If it is Looshy. See, that's the problem. I think it's important for me to talk about, if nobody else wants to hear about it. I think it's really important to get honest about the grand delusion that we're all under. And stop taking responsibility for it. It's not our fault. It's not. You said we didn't pray enough, or you didn't intent. You didn't have the right intent. BS. I mean, it's an intent thing. There's another side to it. It's not only getting rid of other entities, but it's also you can bring things in your life. And I was doing that secret thing 20 years ago and doing the New Age thing. Yeah, I brought some stuff in my life. They never tell you about the dark side of it all, right? So, I ended up like my high school sweetheart. I had a couple of high schools. The one high school sweetheart, right? Jenny's, right? And she's like, I haven't seen her in 16 years. She was the one I always thought about. That was the breakup that this should never happen, right? In my mind, her big sister, convinced her that you better off go in the military and all that kind of stuff. Don't screw up like me. I got 3 kids, and all I do is take care of kids all day. And anyways, guess who showed up in my life? I started doing the vision board, and I had part of my vision board was having a beautiful, hot girlfriend. And guess who showed up? She showed up. And on the backside of it all, it turned out that she wasn't getting a divorce, that she lied to me, that her husband was in military intel and on computers, and was threatening not only my life, but my parents' life. And I think it got worse from there, to be honest with you. I think it is a big contributing factor to things going real south within a couple of years. She's nowhere to be around. Last I heard, she's still with them. Good for them. I feel sorry for the dude. I asked her, I said, why did you do that? I mean, come on. I mean, we're she's in her late 30s, or maybe 40 at the time, 41. And I'm like, why lie about it? You know what I mean? I'd probably be all honest with you, because it was her. She said, I'm here and I just want to romp around with you for a week. I probably still would have done it, as unethical as it is, because it was her. You know, if it was any other one, I probably wouldn't have done it. For her, yeah, because there's unfinished business. You know what I mean? And if she said no, the same thing she said, you just want to have a talk, that would have meant maybe even more. Actually, it would have meant 1,000 times more if she just would have said, you know what, I'm so happy to see you. Let's have dinner and let's talk, right? Instead, she had to tell me, I mean, this is how bad it was. She actually brought me to her family, her parents' place, brought me in. They're looking at me. She's hanging out with me. And I'm thinking, it's giving me the impression that, yeah, there was a divorce was going to happen. Apparently, I mean, why would you bring me into her family and all that in her house if she was still married, right? Or if they didn't know that it was end, you know, they're getting divorced. Why would you do that? Well, it turns out they weren't getting a divorce. She might have wanted it. But who knows? Which in the day, I think is like, and it's sick, man. We had like when we took her to the airport, I mean, this long embrace, most passionate, most meaningful embrace and hug I ever had in my life, and I was in love, you know what I mean? It was the real deal. Fuck, within a couple of days, and getting slapped across the face and finding out that the chick is still, you know, it wasn't serious about leaving the man, and he found out, and he ended up harassing my parents, threatening my life and all this, and I'm like, why did you lie to me about this stuff? You know what I mean? Well, why, or at least why didn't you tell me what the real deal was? You know what I mean? Jeez. But no. I was just like, you know what? And it's always been that way. Not just for me, for a lot. I mean, even the dude I was talking earlier, the dude is good looking dude, and all the chicks had all the money, and all the drugs and all that, and always had hot chicks around. You know what? None of them were around. He's all by himself. He used the shit out of them. They used the shit out of him. And you know what? And in the end, you know, he's as big as he's one of the. Apparently, he's a bigger mess now than he was before. He literally can't stop doing the drugs and can't stop drinking, man, at all. So to save his life, he's constantly getting in trouble over it. And we're talking a guy in his 50s now. I mean, and we could look down on the guy and say, oh, you know, it's his fault. He should have had more discipline and all that crap. You know what? What about his father, who put all that time and energy into him, and he made this business for him to have him have success in his grandchildren and grandsons and all that, right? Did he deserve all that shit? Oh, we could probably find some excuse about the guy, but really? I mean, it goes on and goes on and goes on. And you know what? Even that, when you really think about it, there's somebody right now, there's a kid, 12, it's my son's age, in some mine that's going to end, and is not going to live more than a year from now, is he's a uranium mine, and or whatever it may be, working for nothing, working like a slave, like the slaves were 100 years ago or 1,000 years ago. It's 2021 or 2024, excuse me, and that shit's still going on. And that's just one example of the millions upon millions. If there's anything else I wanted to convince you is, this place sucks. I wouldn't be in too much love with this place. And there's, you know, when that love bombing thing, if it is real, happens on the other side, you just tell them, son of a guns, you know, I saw that before in my life. And you know what? There's not a reason. I don't care how bright that light is. I don't care how, you know, the grinning smiles of the entities that look like my ancestors' best. I don't give a shit. because somebody has to be held accountable for all this stuff. And I'll be damned if it's going to be me. Why should I be the one held accountable? That's like blaming the groundsman for why Microsoft fails or whatever. I mean, it's just stupid. But that's how this system works, right? It's all law of reversal, right? You blame the victim, reward the victimizer. What's up, man? What are you doing up so late? You must not be able to sleep either, huh? I can't believe we're doing this for 5 minutes. How are you doing, Diesel? Sucks us humans have to have feelings, but that's the kind of what the experience is, high lows and in-betweens. Yeah, and I'm arguing that's part of the problem. It's part of the deception. It's part of how they deceive us, right? Those feelings are, because, a lot of the feelings are influenced by chemicals. This old thing that we learned from AA is called HALT. I always tell people about it. Hungry, angry, lonely, tired. Deal with those things and you have better relationships, right? Are you hungry? Eat something because you're going to be irritable. If you're angry, what are you angry about? Deal about it. Talk about it. Vent, scream to yell at the sky, the sun, whatever. Lonely? Make sure you find some way to have interaction with people, even if it's just this stuff on the internet. And tired, make sure that you take care of that. If you're really, really tired and fatigued, there's a good chance you're going to slip up and say something you regret or do something, right? But this is the problem with the meat suit that we're in, Diesel, is that if we were designed with the proper meat suit, we wouldn't have all these emotions. We wouldn't have all these quote-unquote feelings. That we would have a body that truly could manage it, right? And be more resourceful. Now, yeah, you can train your mind in certain ways not to respond to things. Count to 20 if you need to before you blow up. But the fact of the matter is, you're going through all that stuff in the first place. Why is that happening? And they'll say we haven't done your shadow work or you need to see a counselor. And that might be true. But you know what? Why is it that you have to pay $150 an hour to go see a shrink? Why isn't there people in your life right now that you can have this conversation with? Why are there so many people like that? Yeah, we're 100% tampered. Absolutely. We've been tampered. We've been tampered with for sure. And knowing that, it's hard, real hard, but you got to fight it. Yeah, we do got to fight it. But that doesn't mean we can't talk about it. We need to talk about it. We need to talk about what's really going on. And you're speaking out of his fighting. You're helping people. Thanks, man. Nice. I appreciate that. It's the thing, you need to talk about it. I didn't find a way to, honestly, it might be more important to find a way to have people, the average person, be able to have the opportunity to talk this way. Have a show and just have people come on and say, you know what? I'm sick of the bullshit. And just lay it all out instead of, the sweet, sugary sales pitch that we're hearing constantly from other people saying, oh, yeah. Because everybody's trained to say other than what's really going on in their lives. And if enough people actually said something about it, maybe people at least would get sick enough to actually do something about it. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. It's good to see you, though. I've been doing this for nearly 5 hours, and I should end this. Thank you for listening. Good hearing from you, Paula, Diesel, Patrick. You're probably gone, and everybody else is here. Oh yeah, what's this other guy? You see, in the beginning of the show, there's of course Raptor. He showed up and did his thing, but he's getting bored of trolling me, I think. There's D. Dubu, D. Dubu, Deedubu, the YouTube channel. He showed up. I just found him. He does. I just watched. He just did a whole hour of recording. Actually, it was about 8 months ago, actually. But he did one, and it's brilliant. It's about shit. I mean, he uses the word shit in like I don't know how many 100 different ways of using shit. It's funnier than hell, and very insightful at the same time. Anyways, I think the therapy. I feel better venting. So that was the show today. The Earth-Bound Pris-Slas, and the OWO, Prison Slaves and the Old World Order. Take care, everybody.